This is Bandit, and welcome to the Variety Cup group stage. This is the penultimate stream for the group stage. We'll have one more on Thursday, but exciting to see the stage wrap up and start to see it emerging who our quarterfinalists may be. So I've got the brackets up here at the moment. Group A is the first group to have been completed, with Illuminati winning every game. And GamesGod getting second place with a 2-1 against HDAI. Illuminati is going to be facing in the quarterfinals whoever gets second place in Group B. Group B at the moment, one more game to play. One of those will be tonight with Sun Tzu versus the Conqueror, with Brightspark guaranteed first place. So Brightspark will be moving down here and will be playing whoever is second place in this group between the Definitive Edition AI, Naga, and the SuperVillain. Group C being labelled as a group of death. We've got Naga and the SuperVillain to face off against each other, both losing 2-1 to the DAI. Winner of that group will face Brightspark in the quarterfinal. Then finally, Group D, we had a performance from Silver Tongue yesterday, which secured its first place, winning 5 victories, which will be a final match of the group stage, which will be the King versus Soldier, both made by Toby, and the winner of that set there will go to face Definitive Edition AI in quarterfinal 2. Silver Tongue and GamesGod are guaranteed to fight each other there, and that is all of it set up. So let's go ahead and look at the drafts that happened for this particular set. So we're starting with Naga versus SuperVillain, because Elias, the script of SuperVillain, asked if this could happen a bit earlier for him, just because of the time difference. But then we'll move on to Sun Tzu versus the Conqueror. And we should see the draft come here. So we're going to see our first playing of Fortified Clearing in this set, which will be interesting. So that's a good start there. And in terms of the drafts, the way that it worked out was the Elias initially banned Team Islands. Then Promi, the script of Naga, banned Arabia. So that left them to make their picks. Elias chose Fortified Clearing. Promi chose Michi. And then in terms of team size, for Fortified Clearing, Promi selected 4v4 for that set. Elias chose 2v2 for Michi, potentially maybe avoiding the neutral trade situation with the Gaia market. And we have the random roll of Yucatan, which also rolled a 4v4. So we've got Civ good map picks on both. Yeah, I think SuperVillain would have favoured some 1v1s. Team Games definitely goes in favour of the Boomer. But we'll see what happens. It could be that we get some bugs that come through. It could be that actually SuperVillain involves all the right personalities and attacks are able to get through. Particularly on Yucatan where it's much more open. But let's go see. So we'll pan away from that. Let's bring up our game. You are here. Welcome, Elias. We're going with the secret personality, so we'll see through the gameplay which personality SuperVillain picks. And in terms of civs for this one, we've got interesting pick to begin with. We have the Khitans as flank on Fortified Clearing. We've also got Goths and Hindustanis as pockets. And then we have the Saracens as the other flank. We know that Saracens get extra damage to buildings with archers. Hindustanis get extra damage to buildings with cavalry. And Goths get extra damage to building with infantry. So that may be an indication there. I'm not quite sure with the Khitans pick. Really excited to see how that's been adapted though. Meanwhile, Naga has gone for the Shu in flank, then Teutons and Persians as pocket civs, followed by the Chinese as the other flank. So, yeah, first time seeing this map. We're going to see how this goes. Meanwhile, let's have a look over here. We've got all of our settings, 8-player, fortified clearing. This all looks correct to me. Let's start. And we'll pan over to Capture Age. Some of these newer maps do take a bit longer to load. We should get the game coming up soon. Pastures seems to be the worst. In my team games with friends, it can take even a good 5 to 10 minutes for the map to load. And yes, good luck. Taking a long time to render, but there we go, we're in. So let's get these team names sorted out first. Looks like we do have Escort. He's just a villain now. Nope, that's not changing apparently. So we're back to our good old situation where we can't see Escorts. Oh well. So, fortified clearing. We have walls at the front, and these block the way towards the middle, which could result in direct attacks. So we got a load of relics in the middle as well. We should see gold around the outside of the front of these bases as well. So this is potentially a place to expand out to. Meanwhile, on the sides, we've got a little bit of forest. And then we've got all of this open space over here. So potentially chance to expand behind, particularly because we've got berries along the back as well. So these AIs could end up running around the sides trying to attack, particularly if they're flanks, or they might try and go through the gate and run down the middle and hit the walls. I don't know what the default kind of characteristics are going to be for these AIs to do this. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. You'll also notice we've got chickens on this map as well. So it's another obstacle for these AIs to overcome. And we're already seeing here an interesting situation where we've got a wall with a lumber camp directly next to it. So that is going to hurt Naga, particularly on this flank, as the Shu. Let's look at the other Nagas while we're here. Yeah, I'm not particularly liking these war pieces here. I think that potentially could be deleted up in the map script. But we can see lumber camp all okay over there. We're milling the chickens, and the boars are being pulled in. So it looks like fairly steady food income coming from this side. The supervillains look like they've all got loom mostly. So that is why they are slightly a villager behind. Berries being milled on this side, 2 mills. So we've got chickens and the berries. So Naga understands to mill both. It doesn't go for the long distance hunt of the chickens. So interesting to see. Close, could have been another wall lumber camp there, but not this time. And again, we've got a mill over here and a mill on the chickens. So double mill for Naga. Meanwhile, we got a mill on the chickens from the supervillain. We've got boar being hunted. We've got a nice lumber camp over there. So it looks like a good start for this one. Be interesting to see if he mills these berries too. And again, chickens being prioritized here. I think of the two, particularly if you're rushing, chickens is probably a good shout to go for over here. Doesn't look like any boars have been missed. It's quite a nice map for that. And we're going to see the same thing happening here. Ooh. Okay, so it covers up some farm space. I suppose it is one removed. That has got to be done with upbuild line. We also had 2 villagers building that mining camp, so a bit more idle time for that supervillain. Though, blue supervillain here, the Goths, the Khitans, and closely followed by the Goths, are going to be the first to feudal age. It'll be interesting to see what builds all of these go for. And we can see actually long distance chicken hunting here with a mill on the berries. I don't think that's too bad actually. I think that's probably the way I would go. I'd go 1 mill and long distance hunt the chickens. And we can see here Naga also does a similar thing here. So maybe the positioning of the chickens are just a bit closer. But we have 3 supervillains, including 2 of the pockets here going for early feudal. Not a surprise here, whereas Naga seems to, all 4 of them, be going for a fast castle. So the Persian pocket here going first, closely followed by red, so going to be 2 minutes away from feudal age. Check red idle time because of Chinese, 48 seconds for Naga on that one. So yeah, idle time looking pretty decent actually for all of them. Not too bad at all, just a couple of seconds. Okay, and we're seeing a lot of... Oh wow, okay, scouts are teaming up. This scout is trapped, 1 villager down. Do we have loom? We don't have loom. No loom for Naga. Okay, so that could be a problem. But prioritizing the wall here, that is a problem. Could have easily taken maybe a couple of villagers from here. We've got men-at-arms, militia, sorry. These may be trying to push food. We also have men-at-arms going through the middle. And militiamen going through the middle here as well. So we've got age-ups over on this side. Loom finally coming in for red. So opportunity missed over there. Walls being prioritized here. And it looks like we have potentially 3 Gunthers over here and 1 scout in terms of supervillain roles. They're moving along slightly, and we've seen this happen before. So supervillain will wander around a bit if it doesn't scout the enemy. Shared exploration is on, so if any of the other allies do spot the enemy, those scouts will get moving. But we all know that supervillain is on a timer. So if they're going to do any damage, it's got to do it quick. Yeah, it looks like there's some sort of custom coordinates that get put. So it's either lerping or reflecting from a certain point. And if the enemy has not been scouted, they end up wandering in a bit of a awkward spot. It looks like green is coming to help grey. So they are going for the walls. They're not going around the outside. So this is buying Naga time, and 3 of Nagas are already up, or already clicking up to Casse. All 4 of them have actually clicked up. And supervillain's time is running out here. Okay, so the scouts found the gate, so they are attacking now. They do get bonus damage to buildings. I don't know if that applies to walls and gates. Also, once Castle Age is hit, all of these walls should gain a bit more HP, which will make them harder to break into. It's looking like here this Naga is responding now to the enemy, is making units, so it isn't just going to sit there and try and boom, it seems. Which is good. The slight worry there was it was going to just build TCs and sit there, maybe leaving itself open for supervillain's attacks. We have a scout that's gone around the edge. It's going to be taking out these skirms. Nicely done. And if it holds open the gates, which it won't do, that scout would have passed through it. I think Orange is in a lot of trouble once they get through this gate. There's a lot of scouts here hungry to take out some pills. Looks like green is pathing around the outside. Scout is helping against the archers, but they are prioritizing the military. They're not going for the villagers. It looks like as well a men-at-arms has gone around the other side. One villager down for Naga. So villager count in favour of the villain, but that's because he's not clicked up to Castle Age. So some of that villager idle time, TC idle time would have done that while it was aging up. Are we going to see any more Vill kills on this side? 31 Vills and 32 Vills. It looks like the others do have more than one TC and a castle at the front for purple. I mean, that's now immune to any feudal attacks. These guys will do nothing unless they stop the castle from going up. Are they going to see the Vills? They're going to walk right past. That castle goes up. I don't think there's anything that can be done to purple from there. That's going to stop reinforcements coming in. But they are now moving on towards yellow. Another castle's coming up here. But again, the gate is being prioritized. So SuperVillain's DUC code to just target a nearest gate will do that. If I remember from the bi-map tournament, what the SuperVillain used to do, which held it back a little bit, was it would take down the gate and then it would immediately target the next gate from the inside of the walls. Are we going to see that happen, or is it going to pour in and attack these vills? It's retargeting. It's changing enemy. It's in. This is your chance to raid. This was your moment, and instead you're going towards a castle. You're going to need to do more than that. We've got crossbows versus men-at-arms. Not a big number at the moment. Military count still very much in the favour of the supervillain. Villager count creeping ahead for Naga. No forging for Catans. Forging is there. And they should get double as well. The scouts finally do go into the base. Will they get any attacks in here? Again, it looks like they're... Whatever targeting DUC supervillain has, it's too wide. It looks like it's only targeting a particular player rather than looking for the nearest one. A couple of villagers do go down, but Naga's booming. We've got lost scouts over here. There's a path right in here. They scouted it before. In fact, let's look at the exploration there, so you can see that. But it looks like they're just running through the town. And there's already pikes in the base. Purple building out near the ally. And yeah, and it looks like... I don't know, Elias, if when you're using DUC, if you loop through all of the player numbers and skip through any allies and yourself. That's probably the way I'd go about it, because it always ensures that you attack the nearest units rather than a particular enemy. We've got a 4th TC coming up for Naga here, all quite close together. Villager counts not as crazy different as I thought it would be at this stage. But Naga is catching up on military. We've got knights coming in, we have pikes, and we have crossbows and skirms. We've got wandering troops here. Supervillains are Castle Age as well now. We've got a castle going forward. We have camels, which would counter the knights quite nicely. And Naga looks like it's helping its allies out. Bodkin is a nice addition. I only have skirms though for Cyan. A castle drop would be so good here, rather than building it at home. Most of the targeting is based on target player number, not DUC. Yeah, that is that's a real problem. it feels like it takes a long time to change from target player number to a loop of player focus player. But honestly, it's one of the most effective things you can do for team games. It makes your military so much more responsive. Because yeah, if you're only targeting the target player for DUC, then you're relying basically on either stand ground or aggressive or defensive mode to do the work for you, rather than targeting. As soon as you get mixed armies in here, you're going to be getting free hits on you. It looks like they are targeting orange now. It's a little too late, but it looks like it can switch targets at least. It's not just stuck on the same one. Orange did go rocket cart. It did lose that rocket cart. And again, more expansion for Naga. Building backwards as well, which I like. It could build back a bit further, but it is going to start hitting some of these resources as well. Already, we've got a hunter here, probably going for these deer. And while we've got blue here, which is still in feudal age, this is a scout, so is going to just keep producing scout cavalry. Works nicely with the pastures, by the way. So good food eco going on here. But while we're in feudal age here, we've got our first couple of imperial ages here. We've got cavalier already coming in for yellow, and it's only a matter of time, I think, before Naga builds up critical mass of units and starts going on the offensive. At the moment, SuperVillain's clearing up some of the buildings. Pike coming in, and Huskars. Great to see Huskars working. Castle is doing some work over here as well. And actually some friendly fire from the Mangonel. But we've got Cavaliers coming in here now. And we have Cavaliers coming in from pink. And soon we know that they're going to become Savar. Oh, sound too high again. It should be the same. But I can drop those. There we go. That should be a bit better. And we're losing a load of vills over here. Double the village count. Ballistics coming in. Nice upgrades coming through. But you're facing a boomed Naga. Or 4 boomed Nagas. Which is pretty scary. I say 4 boomed. Actually, red didn't boom that much. It seems to be on par with the others. So it did actually go 1 TC. So interesting to see that Naga does do that. It doesn't just boom. Yeah. Promi's adapting. He's switching out to face feudal rushing play. So good to see that it can do that. And orange is in. The counter attack begins. We've got fire lancers. We've got pikes. Red is making its way over here as well. Slowly attacking the castle, but the damage over here is being done. We have orange in here now. We've got purple coming in with halberdiers. Stream of upgrades. Onager coming in for yellow as well. Could easily cut around the forest if he wants to go around the castle at this point. It looks like this TC is being attacked by a scam. And the Cavaliers are marching in as well now, so Blue's days are numbered here, staying in feudal age. We have Trebs. And as a human player, you face against Naga and you see Trebs and this army, you just... Normally as a human player, it's at this point you know there's just an endless supply of units that are going to be behind it. There's no way of coming back from it. I'll give it just a bit more for Grey to get breached, but I'm starting to think that this is. I'm pretty certain now that this is a one-sided game. I don't want to kind of glitch any DUC at this point, but I think once we've got Grey breached as well, and the villagers are taken out here. Actually, I say that he's on 36 fills. Any objection to me speeding this up, Elias? Because I think at this point, with 33 bills. It does. It can impact building avoidance in particular. So it can cause them to move away too slowly, particularly if they're dodging or hit and running and that kind of thing. Yeah, speed up. We see converted pastures, so the monks coming in here as well. 2 monks doing a lot of work. Savar pouring in, hand cannoneers. I'll just take a moment here to see Naga fully boomed. Also, look at the market placement over here. We just had a surrender here from blue. How many markets? 3? 3 markets. So they've expanded all the way to the border of the map. In Michi, we did see, actually, by being a little too close to the border of the map, caused a bit of a traffic jam. So maybe moving them in a bit would help with that. But we also see outer berries not being used on this map, outer deer not hunted. So they're looking inwards for resources rather than outwards. So potentially a couple of things to work on for this map. We should see the final units go down here, but we're seeing traction trebs. Do we have a hero unit yet? We do. We have Liu Bei. Not produced just yet, but Naga does make hero units. You have to put in a manual count for the hero units to check that only one is on the battlefield, because the AI will continue to keep producing them. And we'll call it there. Let's look at some stats. Yeah, I think the biggest thing actually here, if SuperVillain doesn't cycle through focus player IDs when using DUC, then as soon as you encounter mixed team armies, you're going to be stuck. So that's probably the priority, I'd say, for SuperVillain. In terms of being able to pick up on team games, I think without that, like if that was in place, then that aggression could be used, and there was a potential opportunity for at least 2 flanks there to be quite heavily raided, because they were sitting ducks when the gates were breached. But you can see here, Castle Age. Interesting to see not all the Nagas went for several TCs. Red did go into Castle Age military from that and detected the units, I think, and tried to defend itself. So if you think you've got an easy ride facing Naga, trying to go fast castle, don't expect it to sit back and boom. It can do other things as well. Military count, a big spike here from Scout. Always like how many Scouts it does produce. Just needed to use them with the flank. What's the take on Naga versus Bright Spark matchup? I think it's going to be close. Those sets are never easy. As it stands, I think Naga is a favourite, but I'm going to be doing everything that I can to make sure Bright Spark is better on the maps where I think it will lose against Naga. I think we'll also have some very strategic draft picks as well to try and because AIs are very different in that. With the economy here again, clear lead for Naga. Got the relics in as well. SuperVillain did get 4 relics in total actually, so it did. Most of these actually did hit Castle Age. Not too late considering they went Feudal Rush. It didn't just prioritize Feudal All In like the Catans did here. Really decent Feudal Age time here. And yeah, actually decent Castle Age times. We're expecting maybe a little quicker from the Persians with the faster working TC. So we know that, for example, Rarebaum would be hitting that in around 15.5 minutes with the Persians. So a bit of a room there to potentially do some damage for purple. And yeah, actually both AIs built pretty decent castles. I'd be really interested to see what a forward castle would have done on this map and whether that may have held Naga back a bit. But yeah, as it stands, it was defensive tower to train Huskars. Let's move on to the next game. So our second map is Michi. This is a 2v2. And at this point, SuperVillain needs to win this game to make it through, or to have a chance to make it through to the quarterfinals. Naga, if he wins this, will be through to the quarterfinals and will face Bright Spark. It's Michi very much. Michi's not the map you want if you're SuperVillain. I appreciate that. Let's see. Now, we remember that there was some trade issues for Naga in the previous Michi map. It was just with the corner market, so we may see something different here. And I'm just looking at the Civ picks for both on this. So, for the SuperVillain, we have, okay, interesting pick here. We've got the Khmer, along with the Georgians. Meanwhile, from Promi, we have the Saracens and the Bengalis. No, Naga had a traffic jam. So whilst the DEA had an issue where they were constantly targeting the neutral market, later on in the game, Naga's units got blocked between its own markets and the edge of the map. So it's just a cluster of trade in the middle. So it was targeting okay, it was just pathing. Hoping for Khmer, Gunther, and Scout Georgians. Okay. Beware the Michi Drush. Right. I think all of that is set up okay. Yeah, we're good to go. We'll just change this to Capture Age for you. We'll also change the team names. Yeah, it's not going to show the score, but we can at least see the team names now. So I guess the question is SuperVillain going to do anything different on this map, or is it going to try and go for Feudal Age, hit trees, and wait for Naga to cut through the other side? Its eco-military will have a chance to build at least during that. If it does decide to do that. But also, there could be some fun surprises here from the SuperVillain. I wonder if anything will come of the Khmer pick. How does SuperVillain use mule carts? Because that would be something new. We don't have any on the battlefield yet. Oh, we do. We have the one that you spawn with. So nothing unusual there. You did some changes, but not enough. Okay, let's see what happens with it. So we're approaching 18 vills here. We've got Loom being researched here. This could be an attempt to try and get to Feudal Age quicker, so we might see the Georgians attempt to go up in a mo once the board's been pushed. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the furthest villagers over here were pulled to the ball, so they moved off berries. So a bit of walking time there. And let's have a look at that TC idle time. Still pretty smooth TC idle times here at the moment. Pretty low. Meanwhile, no Loom from Naga, which is to be expected, so it's one villager ahead. Will be taking its time. It's not going to be going up anytime soon, and both of these are going for a fairly fast feudal. Khmer does not need its buildings to go up. As soon as it's got the resources, it can click. Are we going to see the same with it trying to go up to Castle Age? We've got a boar being hunted here. We've got deer that haven't been pushed yet, but we've got a scout wandering around. Let's see if it's actually found those deer yet. It has, so it just hasn't decided to push them. It looks like it's gathering wood as if it's trying to build early feudal age buildings, as in production buildings. So we might try and see actually a feudal rush. Two Corleones, okay. What was the giveaway? This looks like Scout. This looks like Corleone. One Scout, one Corleone. You were hoping for a Gunther and a Scout. Yeah, I've seen this before. We've got skirmishers on the way. Okay, so we know what these guys are going to do. How many scouts on the map by the time Naga cuts through? We know it's going to keep producing them. What number is it going to reach by the time Naga gets there? 50 scouts. I'm going to vote higher than that. I'm going to say 90. For Feudamichi. I mean, it's not the strategy, is it? But think about it. If it does win with this, this would be like Fireball getting to quarterfinals of an arena tournament using Feudal Rush archers. So we've seen it happen. Fireball managing to make his way to a quarterfinal purely because no one locked their gates on Arena, and he just kept hanging around the door. So you can see an attempt going to the forest. Yeah, it's good to see. Good to see a bit of a mix from Fen Crazy as well. It kind of forces you to include team games. I know Bitesparks had a lot more focus on 1v1 because normally spurred on by tournaments, and then the team game stuff kind of happens in my free time. So yeah, having a reason to actually work on it and get it up to speed is pretty nice. Selling wood. Naga is Castle Age. It's building 2 TCs already, and yellow will be following shortly as well. We know that Saracen Market, better value, so it looks like red is actively making use of that. Finally getting loot as well. Villager counts roughly the same. Again, an age behind though for SuperVillain. I mean, this is Naga's like home territory, right? Boom away, no threat from the other side, with angry scouts shouting insults over the forest. This should be ideal for Naga. It is slower for yellow. Bengalis also get extra vills, don't they, when they age up? That wouldn't have impacted it though. Berry's not fully eaten. Yeah, not sure what happened there, but it is going for 4 TCs now, rather than the 3 over here. And we're overtaking the SuperVillain in villagers. 31 skirms, 14 scouts, and counting. I mean, it's able to build those 3 TCs without too much trouble. We also know that the Saracens use the market a fair bit, maybe using the market a bit slowed yellow down, making food a bit more expensive. We got 2 stables for scout. Maybe we have more, in fact. We have a 3rd on the way. We got upgrades happening for the scouts here. Cordy only makes skirms and archers. Maybe only when it doesn't have enough food. Siege being made, 4th TC for Naga. Yellow catching up in Vill count. A load of wandering Vills. Oh, they're all building farms, that's why. Nice actually using the TC. Consistent lumber camps up here as well. Building them at the front, which is interesting. Sorry, just getting rid of some of the bots that were trying to get into the chat there. More siege on the way. Okay, so we've got handcart coming in. We've got double the vills so far. We are at 34 scouts. So approaching that 50 figure that Randy mentioned. And actually, we're in a position, I think, where Naga's still got a bit of a way to boom before hitting Imperial. I don't know if he'll idle these TCs at any point to try and rush Imperial Age. ASMR game. Three stables, so scouts producing a bit quicker. We do know that SuperVillain will keep on continuously producing stables for as long as it can make scouts. How many siege workshops so far? Is it just the one? It is. We got our first Imperial Age. It does look like Red was slowing down Vil count there to hit Imperial Age quicker. So yeah, just a one siege workshop. We'll probably see an Onager upgrade come in soon. We've already got a Mangonel being produced. And we're approaching that 50 mark. It looks like food is a problem for the Khmer here. What's going on? Okay, took a little bit of time. Maybe it was an escrow issue, but all of the food, all of the wood, it was over 1,000 wood here that was saved up, suddenly being spent. And now we're seeing that food come back again, and we should see scout production continue. Meanwhile, a load of skirms for the Georgians. I was expecting actually a Castle Age jump up, but no, they are committing to feudal. No Games God feudal age trade going on yet. Yellow going towards Imp as well. No military. Naga's waiting until Imperial Age decide what it even wants to make. Though I say that, that's probably a giveaway. Saracens, camels maybe. Mamelukes. And with the Bengalis, we might see elephant archers. More siege coming through as well. Many mangonels being produced now. And there it is. Onager upgrade. 50 scouts. Okay, so maybe not quite 90 scouts. There it is, the fifth TC. Wonder how many Vils Naga will actually keep going up to. Probably over 150, I imagine. Forward castles. This looks like they use upbuild line because they're right next to a TC. So these are being purposefully placed. Onager's not cutting through yet. I wonder if it's measuring the enemy military, because I mean, look at the military count here. If you look at that alone, and Naga may look at that alone, it might be quite scared. Slow scout production, something's wrong. They're back again. I think it's escrow again. Holding up food. But now with Khmer, we're seeing it happen again. Wheelbarrow will help with that as well. The ram is moving forward, but no mangonels just yet. We're seeing Ratha. I wonder if we're going to see melee Ratha. I've not seen the transform command work on an AI yet, so it'll be interesting to see if Naga does get that working. Oh, that's why he's not attacking, of course. Couldn't possibly attack without the Siege Onager upgrade going in. This Naga version does try cutting, at least. It did in the last game, so it should be okay. It might be waiting for that Siege Onager upgrade to come in. Or at least I hope so, otherwise we're going to be here a while. We are approaching 70 scouts. They're all waiting very patiently. One Siege Onager shot, and that is going to be a lot of dead scouts. Fast forward 2 hours. Over 180 vills. Blimey. He would have got a boost when it hit him. I'm not quite sure what that upgrade does. Maybe something to do with elephants. We have no onager over here. Oh, I hear cuts. We've got some trees being cut over here. It begins. I mean, Corleone's close to being pop capped, so it might be able to go to Castle Age just from resources saved when that happens. It's only 25, less than that actually, isn't it? It's only 20 away. I feel bad for the skirmishers, yeah. And again, Naga's just taking his time. I'll just get hoardings, get counterweights. Let's sort our trade out. Let's just make sure everything's all set right before we kill our enemy. Meanwhile, the skirms wait. We're close to pop cap here. Fletching, there we go. We're close to pop cap for both, so we may hit pop cap before actually the walls are breached. There we go, we've got resources being saved. Way too many on wood here, I think. Needed more on food. Naga Scout Cavalry is under attack by its own onager, it seems. By its teammates' onager. Are you going to cut anytime soon? Are you just waiting? No, it is moving forward. Double bit axe. Yeah, seems to be wandering around a bit. SuperVillain, no. Mate. No gold? You're never going to hit castle. No gold. You do have a market. Oh wow, 500 wood. That's brutal. 2 more of those though. 1,000 more wood, and he will afford Castle Age. Similar thing happening here, it seems, with the Khmer. Castle Age, there we go. 1,000 wood, 5,000 wood and 500 food sold to buy up Castle Age, and looks like Blue's getting ready to be pop cap. Naga is continuing to cut now. Is he going to cut all the way through? Okay. I think I need to speed this up. I can slow it back down again when it actually gets close to breaching, but I think yeah, I think I need to speed that up slightly. Blue is going Castle Age. We have upgrades. And again, it's still pop cap, so actually it'll save these resources relatively quickly. 60 vills. Mule carts are moving. Blue saving up for Imperial Age. And yeah, I think Naga's scared by the military count. So we have a bit of a stalemate here. We may actually see SuperVillain hit Imp. It might get the upgrades and it may have a bigger army. So we'll see what comes of this. We've got a forward castle. An Imp. It is happening. This is ridiculous. If he gets fully upgraded before attacking Naga, would he get the military advantage? And Naga's not really getting rid of vills. It's still just booming and booming away, storing resources. Onagers still just creeping forward. And then heading back again. Okay, Imperial Age is reached. What are they going to do with it? We have Hussar. We have the final upgrade of armor. We have Bracer. Chemistry. Do we get... we've got University. Blast Furnace. This 0 on gold. If he wins with 0 on gold. Okay, more cuts. Is he going to cut through this time? It looks like he's committing this time. No! 8 times speed. Resources being saved, and it looks like SuperVillain is not getting any more upgrades. Isn't going to get chemistry, isn't going to get siege. No trade. It is just going to wait until... At the moment, it's going to wait until they chop through, it seems. 109 Hussars before Naga breaks through. It ends up being. These lumber camps actually may block the onagers. Naga deleting its old lumber camps. Oh, he got chemistry. Look at this. I mean, I suppose there's a lot of wood on the map still. There is no 16 times. The fighting has begun. Okay, so... Wow, and it was instantly removed. Castles are in a nice place here for the cut. But all the units are now going to be flowing through. Those skirms, I feel like I need to play that back. Those skirms just went down in a couple of shots. We've got Heavy Camel Rider coming in. SuperVillain has Trebs. It is going for it. It's too late. But it is going for Trebs. So it needed to delete some pop to get Trebs, it seems. Two castles is not going to do it. Crossbow, probably not going to do it. We are seeing these are staying in ranged formation. The scouts aren't even attacking, they're still stuck. Siege on Onager finally for yellow. So we're just waiting for the teammate to cut through, it seems. Yeah, the scouts are constantly on the attack though. You need to get, I think when these units get closer, they'll finally retarget. There we go. It's a big army. But green is basically dead. Man, they're taking a fair few shots. But Hussar versus elephants. Ketchup and mustard Naga pouring through. Bombard cannons. These scouts are wearing away. We know the scout SuperVillain will keep constantly producing those. It has the food for now. But yeah, weird eco distribution here for Khmer. You want more on food if you are going to do constant scout production. This will keep them busy for a little bit. Loads of siege elephants being made. Loads of battle elephants. An elite Mameluke should clear this up. Green is down. And yes, SuperVillain drew first blood. You can take that away from this game. Green has 0 vills. And we've got 18 scouts left. Let's speed this up. Again. As this map finishes up. "12 stable Hussar production." Not quite getting the food for it, and as villagers go down. Yeah, trade working well for Naga. Bit of a blockage again over here. Not massive though. Maybe a delay rather than a full blockage. No surrender from SuperVillain, but we can call it there. What a ridiculous game. Thankfully we finished it at 1 hour 17. That could have gone on much longer, I feared, but Naga did eventually cut through. So that does mean that Naga will be making it through to the quarterfinals, and SuperVillain will be eliminated from this. We'll see if SuperVillain can get a win anyway on Yucatan to see if he can take one win away from Naga. But yes, it's going to be Naga versus Bright Spark in quarterfinal for the next stage. Yeah, I'm interested to see how that will go. It'll be, I think it'll be fairly balanced with a mix of maps, and yeah, doing a bit of work on the team stuff to try and improve it. Looking at the stats of this game, I mean, I think the main thing to look at here is the military count, right? Corleone there, getting max military, and then immediately, like in one swoop, loses 100, and then another 20, and then it never recovers. Again, eco, of course, in Naga's favour. Lots of trade. Not on here. A lot of resources sent. Okay, so he was slinging resources to his ally. I didn't notice that. That's good to see. I know it sold a load of resources. In fact, both AIs doing so. And look at these times here. Again, they start off with more villages, so there is that. But yeah, very early feudal age for this map. And yeah, 183 vills for yellow. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, and what I would say, I mean, I will say this game was an exception to that rule, but SuperVillain is normally very, very fun to watch. I enjoy the all-in style of it, so please do keep working on it. You've got the foundation of a really good AI there. Let's see if it can take a win from Naga on this. Given that it doesn't target multiple teams, I'm a little concerned on that front. I think even on Arabia you would have problems there. But let's see. But yeah, it always seems like a nice shortcut to just kind of target one player, particularly, build it for 1v1, target player 2 or whatever it is, and build your DC micro from there. But it doesn't take much longer to cycle through, and it'll be so much more effective in team games. Yucatan, 8 players. Let's look at Civ picks for this one. Again, all were picked, so no rolls. I've got Naga already up here, so let's go Mongols. Then as a pocket, we have Goths. So you might see a Goth spam from Naga here. Huns as the second pocket. And finally, Maya. Meanwhile, from the supervillain, we will see the Bohemians. The Magyars. Sicilians. And the Portuguese. Faster age uptime from the Portuguese will be particularly nice. Sicilians could be a Corleone build. Magyars, loads and loads of scouts. And Bohemians, we did see Oranu before with Bohemians with the Hussite wagons. Really nice build against Definitive Edition AI, also on Yucatan. We might see the same again, but maybe a bit faster with the Portuguese. We might also see Oranu here with the Portuguese with organ guns, perhaps. I'd say that would be a good phosphor build. But let's see what we get. 8, 8, that's all set. Let's go. It seems to be taking its time with the game setup today. Let's change our civ names here. There we go. Okay, so we know this map by now. Lots of food. If SuperVillain scouts it, You shouldn't have too many issues. We've got a wandering geese, a few wandering geese. This one going to get caught on the edge of the map, but may run back after a bit of time. Let's continue looking at the supervillains for now. Boar have been found. So again, maybe once going out for the boar, the geese might be found here. But otherwise, needing to get a few geese to keep that initial food going, he does get it. We've got a couple of berry bushes as well here. So we'll see if it actually tries some mill for both. Again, all looking good so far. Nothing too dramatic. Boar have been found, boar being hunted. These geese being missed, but maybe when these deer get pushed, it will find them. And there's plenty of boars, even if the geese don't get found. Naga also found its boars, found deer, found more boars, missed these geese, but we'll probably get them when they hunt the boar. Berries have all been found as well. Nice lumber camp. Decent start. Also wandering geese for Naga. A lot of geese coming back for Naga. Hunting deer just a little further out. It was a bit slow maybe to get the geese. We have dropped a Ville here. So clearly must have researched Loom. Oh, it's Goss anyway, so he would have found it quickly. So maybe just a little slow there. Goss will get extra food from the hunts as well, which will be particularly nice. Mongols will also hunt faster, which is also nice. So that could be the reasoning for some of these picks. And we see a mill over here. Another mill over here. We've got one boar being hunted. We can see deer being pushed, so everything being scouted just fine. And same over here as well. Good scouting from Naga. Missing some geese here, but again, if they do decide to push these deer, he'll find them. Bit of a far out lumber camp, but it will do the job. Loads of boar coming in for the Bohemian supervillain. We can see this doing quite well over here. Bit of an awkward boar lure, but the boar goes down. And actually, one of the things to watch out for with so many boars here is actually which villager goes out to hunt. Because if a low health villager does decide to go out and hunt, that is potentially the way you're going to lose some. But so far, it looks like no such issues. Lots of hunting here. Supervillain's prioritizing the mining camp over a mill, which makes sense at this point. Loads of food being pushed, loads of geese. Can probably survive without that mill for now, so prioritizing aggression. And we have a drush. We have a drush from red and orange. Okay, so mill being attacked. So actually, blue does go for mill over here. We've got attempted deer pushing. Blue has lost a Ville, it seems. Barracks under attack and just outside of the TC range. That's really annoying. And this this militia should go down. And both units here are alive. Barracks still just being slightly prodded. We've got the mill being destroyed over here. Again, it will take its time. Villagers seem to be intact though. Spears will try and stop this annoyance. So, spear was made for blue. This looks like a Corleone build. We've got two Gunthers here. And is green. Green is a scout, so no Uranu build here, it seems. Payback for game one for red, yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'd say that Josh is pretty effective. Villager lead. Slight military advantage for SuperVillain, but we kind of expect that. Oh man, and this militia is so annoying. Grace Tower. I think you're trying to put a mill there, but that will protect that and the wood line nearby. Boar's still being hunted, and now Blue's on the attack. Prioritising the mill over the skirmisher, so this spin will die eventually if nothing gets done. We've also got Gasma Gunther attacking with men-at-arms, and actually attacking the pocket might be the way to go here. Naga's going to want a boom. It's not going to make any units, neither is yellow. Grey also on the attack, men-at-arms. Men-at-arms actually with enough of them can even just ignore the skirmishers and just damage the eco. But meanwhile, more boars are coming in, and actually, looking over here at purple, purple is going to be the first to Castle Age. Men-at-arms wandering around from light blue. Not quite sure what they're doing there. We've got scouts coming in from green. Now, they may end up doing that weird wandering thing that they sometimes do. And it looks like they will indeed do that. But blue very much with a structured attack. Double the military here for SuperVillain, but first Castle Age is coming in. The damage needs to be done now. This is SuperVillain's window. And what's really difficult is you've got to pin down probably at least 3 of the 4, if not all 4. I think even a single fully boomed Naga could take on quite a few of these. You can't let him reach that point. Purple being very much left alone. Orange being pinned down. No food over there. Not a load of damage done. Villager counts still mostly level. In fact, the only drop is, I think, because of Castle Age. And again, they're kind of avoiding. Depending on the targets that they're picking as well, you may find these units don't even attack the villagers. Depends on who the target player is. Okay, villagers going down. And not fighting back for Naga. Normally I would expect Naga to be fighting this off with Vills. So interesting that we're in that position. 17 men at arms, but only 2 of them visible in the base. If 17 were in there, then it'd be a very different case. Scouts are just wandering around, they're not attacking. But blue here, very much pinning orange down. Orange still with the villager lead though, compared to the 2. Grey has a couple of units, but doesn't seem to be using them. Where are they? They are also wandering around. So again, this is just buying Naga time. Scouts do find purple though. Okay, so the scouts are moving in. Purple is Castle Age, so cavalry archers are going to be produced. Naga's noticed that there's going to be a lot of scout cavalry in its base soon, so it's switching into spears, which of course is the right call here. We've also got Castle Age for yellow and for red. It is orange that is not able to hit Castle Age yet, and grey is going to be the first supervillain to make it to Castle Age. More scouts wandering around, denying some TCs. Yellow's villager count actually struggling a bit. SuperVillain with the villager lead. More go down, but knights are going to clear a load of these scouts. We've seen this in other matches before, that actually SuperVillain with sheer numbers can clear up an entire eco. We've also got blue going around the other side. They're walking around the tower. But actually, Orange isn't even idle. The focus here is on the skirmishers and the spears. This side of the eco is doing great. Yeah, it is going to be adding up. We've got a couple of TCs, but Naga not being able to get the third down yet. He says actually as second ones are being built. Another village down. And yeah, it looks like the constant assault is keeping Naga's Ville count down. 28 Villes for Yellow. So Yellow actually being the hardest hit. And Yellow switching into Siege. Not many units produced. Doesn't seem to have the resource it needs. Is prioritizing Villes. Meanwhile, Green has switched targets. It's going for Red. If it attacks over here, we might see some more damage. Red though on 3 TCs. Yeah, just didn't attack quick enough there. Again, real potential. Still needs a bit of work, but with all of these military units doing what you're planning for them to do, then yeah, you absolutely idle Naga here and have a real chance of containing him. Well, we've got elite skirmisher coming over here. We're on 4 stable scout production. We've got 31 scouts, but they are all spread out. A load of them going actually into the forest. So a load of units actually not being used. Orange making its way to castle. And Yellow's actually building its village numbers back. A lot of scouting happening though. Grey is building a castle. Is Castle Age. Is getting well-bound Bodkin, so it is getting upgrades. But Naga is taking the villager lead here. The military lead is insane for SuperVillain. Just most of these units aren't being used. They're wandering around. Monk is going to go down. Easy. Clean up. So yeah, if this army, like, if it focuses down the players, there's still a chance for SuperVillain. Losing the villager lead, but I would say still winning the productive villager count. We've also got organ guns coming in here, which is going to be great for Grey. But yeah, you're starting to see actually, because of Orange here, a load of units being idle. Villagers rush down this tower eventually, which means that these villagers are potentially vulnerable if the archers actually decide to attack them. And here we go, vulnerable villagers potentially going down here. Yellow count is still going low. Red actually taking a load of hits. A load of these scouts finally diving in. A load of idle vills here. And the villager count goes back towards a favour of SuperVillain, and I think we're going to see a couple more Naga villagers go down. Orange is mostly idle. Could do with attacking these villagers over here as well, just to scoop them into the TC. But upgrades are still happening behind the scenes here. And we're starting to see a mix of yellow and purple, which may mess up the SuperVillain. A mix of 2 different armies or villages could mean that they end up ignoring some. Grey coming in with knights now. Or with a knight, I should say. Buildings being attacked. Red is producing villagers as quickly as they're dying, so the villager count isn't going up for Red, but it's also not dropping too badly either. I'm desperate to get a TC down though. Cav archers versus scouts. I actually think with enough scouts you take this. Bright Spark can take on a Naga with scouts against cavalry archers, providing it has a slight numbers advantage. Yeah, 4 TCs for Naga. I'm not too surprised with that. I'm amazed the villager counts are still somewhat holding and still level. This is the SuperVillain we know. Ridiculous army, charging in, fighting armies that are way more advanced than them and yet still winning. Good mix of men-at-arms here to take out the onagers. We've got a couple of organ guns, not many. We've got 2 TCs over here. Light blue is training sergeants, which again should be really nice to take on anything with melee damage. The scouts are running rampant around here, but they are fighting pikes now, and Naga will be able to produce those relatively quickly with a load of these villagers uninterrupted and being expanded as it is. We've got 5 stable scout production. We did see a 5th dot there. There we are. We've also got ballistics for grey coming in. So Naga needs help. At least the orange one does. But you might argue as well that it's actually just keeping blue really busy. Now we got the villagers being aggressive. Orange is contained, but I think it's purple here. Purple is very spread out. It's got 55 on food, and when it decides it's had enough villagers, I think it hits him pretty quickly. And actually yellow as well. 13 pikes now. You need grey or cyan to be able to have an answer to this. I think the sergeants can defend against it. But where are they? They're not to be seen yet. Red is somewhat being contained. But yeah, orange is contained but not defeated. Yeah, blue is busy here. I think cyan is the one that can help. It's pretty decent with its upgrades. We still got so many scouts here. 6 stable scout production just consistently happening here. Villager count still going up. Villager count still equal. While 2 supervillains are still in feudal age. The pikes will tear these scout cavalry to shreds. And there we go, we've got him. And it's the Huns as well. We should see military start being spammed for purple soon. Grey has built a load of castles here. Could be really helpful. And blue's population counts are actually pretty wild. Organ guns coming in here, doing damage to the eco. At least disrupting it. Being countered here by Mangonels. Looks like he's having an issue firing. He seems to be retargeting and glitching out slightly. The army's coming for purple. It's just waiting for him. But yellow still contained at 68 vills, which is in line with the rest of the supervillains. Orange at 24. Red is doing an amazing job fighting this up, but red has no military now. So red is just producing bills. So it's all on purple now to produce an army and try and rescue its allies. Because supervillains here doing a great job of containment. Still 4 stable production being able to be maintained. 5 stable production. Production slowed for cyan. Same for grey. Grey saving up for Imperial Age. Cyan saving up for Imperial Age. Cyan gets it. Grey's also going to click it shortly. Are we going to get 2 supervillains in Imperial Age before Naga? We are indeed. But the upgrades are coming in for purple. We've got good military numbers for yellow, at least to ward off some of this, like the tower upgrade from grey. And orange is nearly defeated. 8 fills. Also impacting trade here. Purple getting so many upgrades. And actually the military over here very much containing red. It's only being able to produce monks. Knights are rushing them down. And the scouts keep coming. The sergeants are here as well. They will take on the pikes certainly. And actually give the cavalry a decent hard time as well. Particularly supported by longswords. Look at this military difference. The military difference is insane. SuperVillain doing an amazing job here. It's not easy to contain one Naga, let alone 4. We've got another Imperial Age coming up for Naga. SuperVillain's going to have 2 in Feudal, 2 in Imperial Age. It's 4v3. Although, even while Orange has nothing, as long as that TC's up, Blue stays contained, is not going to be moving on. So actually, still 4v4. Faith coming in for Purple, and here's the army. Cavalier. The Scout Cav are not going to be able to handle this. But Sergeants, if they get upgraded, the monks helping? Potentially. Several armies coming in here to try and take on one. Castle Age finally for Blue needs to be able to take out this this Orange. And get involved in the attack on Purple. Meanwhile, the attack on Purple has been able to distract away from Red and from Yellow. And Yellow is able to push back. Can SuperVillain hold long enough? TC gets disrupted. The damage needs to be done. You need to move on. I mean, this is crazy. But again, this is where the targeting is going to be an issue. Is Cyan actually targeting Purple? Or is it targeting Yellow? If it's not targeting both, it's going to be running past a lot of units and allowing them free kills. Very slow castle being built by this single villager over here. But it's not being attacked. And... oh no, villager! Villager goes down. 99%, but castle gets rebuilt. Man, that looks like... hung castle. Looks great. Sergeants go down. Sergeants' numbers dwindling. Conscription comes in. Upgrades are coming in for Blue. They're able now to range a TC if they decide to. Paladin coming in for Purple. Hun Paladin. Green still sending in scouts. 9-10 stable scout production. Food distribution here much better for the Magyars. I don't know what happened with the Khmer, but much better here for the Magyars. We'll keep that production going. Tough barn. Again, bit of a mix-up of targets, but Yellow being attacked, castle does go up though. Cyan has siege though. 6 trebuchets. They're moving forward. We've got Halb for Grey. 9 trebuchets for Grey. So the push is happening on that side. Military count's still very much in favour of the SuperVillain. Halberdiers might be able to deal with the Paladins. Vil count roughly the same, despite Orange basically being out. But Orange is producing villagers again. Are we going to see any resources being slung to Orange? This will eventually go down. Grey is swarming this TC. The Trebs are coming in. The pushes continue. There's no counter push from Naga. It's still defending. It's producing loads of champions. The Goth spam has begun for yellow as well. It's reached Imperial Age. It's getting conscription in as well. Hussar, champion, and then purple on paladin. 32 cav archers. As long as green just keeps producing these units, these will keep them busy. It might buy grey enough time to start pushing the eco. Red in trouble. Ballistics really helping here as well. Any villagers going around the outside, they're going to get sniped by the skirms, as we're about to see here. Or sniped by Trev. We've got bombard cannons as well now. So really good on this side. Forward castle for blue. TC goes down for orange. Orange has a market and a trade cart in queue. Naga refusing to surrender here. Orange is done. Is this enough for blue to change the target player number? It needs to be able to... Naga needs to surrender or be defeated for blue to be able to change target, it seems. Hussite wagons finally coming in. Imperial Age for blue. More traps coming in, but the siege rams are coming in to counter. Will the scouts be able to do enough? It's a lot of scouts. And the champions are coming in too. Trebs are doing a good job of running away. Amazing that these scouts can even take out some champions. There we go. With numbers, some of these rams should go down, but it's very much looking like purple's doing a counter-attack down here. Blue has changed targets. Orange finally resigned. Spears. Unupgraded spears. This is the answer to Paladin. And actually, all of these units being spread out, and with Hussite wagons as well. This will keep the Paladins busy. But yellow is powering up as well. We've got chemistry coming in. We may see hand cannoneer. Elite Huskar also starting to be produced. And the halberdier spam has started as well. Treb's being chased by the siege rams. Getting no help, it seems, from nearby scouts. Military count still in SuperVillain's favour, but notice it's growing for Naga. Better units. Oh, but this isn't good for Naga. Some units being idle. SuperVillain's still with the villager lead here. 11 stable production for the scout cav. And with blue being imp as well, we may start seeing some upgrades, and these upgrades may make the difference. This might be what SuperVillain needs to finally get these pushes, although yellow and purple... Wow, hello towers. 40 keeps. Are we getting the same over here? No, just a load of castles. Okay, so Portuguese really likes towers, it seems. No Feitoria. No Feitoria, we've got markets in the corner. But blue needs more than spear. It needs pikes for this. It may be able to counter some of the heavy cav archers with the skirms, but it needs an answer for Paladin. Hussite wagons will tank some shots, the castle will do some damage. But if these Paladin numbers creep forward, blue's going to be in trouble. Meanwhile, the scouts are trying to avoid the TC. Will they be able to scoop up some of these vills? 12 stable production, 13 stable production for green. 2 more castles for cyan. And it looks like blue is losing ground. Skirm's not the answer here. Most of the supervillains spending their resources. Treb's coming in to take out the TCs. Loads of Trebs. Grey needs to get organised and push. I love that green is nearly pop capped here. But we're in Blue's eco now. Villagers are fighting off rams. Maybe if purple overstretches, this will give room for the others. Cyan constantly retargeting, it seems. Just needs to attack. And Hun Trebuchet is 100% accurate. Paladin's having a hard time targeting, but prioritizing the skirms. Keep finally for Grey. Loads of towers being upgraded to keep. Again, a load of retargeting happening here. This Grey military should be able to clear this up, but because they're not attacking the units, that army's going to lose. And Naga is in the score lead. Loads of scouts. Again, just really scared of that TC. Needs to dive under. Not really distracting purple in the way that it wants to. 14 stable production for green. Scores still way closer than they should be at this point. Scouts doing enough to be able to take out the trickle of units. Green nearly pop capped, 10 away from being pop capped, and then may start saving up for Castle Age. Doesn't have much to save up. There it is. If green gets light cav and keeps producing that many units, again, potentially could raid well. I thought they were bombards for a moment then. Loads and loads of keeps here for the Portuguese. Treb damage finally coming in. Scouts finally diving. Which is what you want to see. Castle goes up. Units being idle, but blue. No one's here to help blue. And soon SuperVillain is going to lose its numbers advantage. Military leveling out. Naga building up. Imperial Age finally for red. Light cavalry coming in. Village accounts even. And blue's done. We have some markers here. We do have some villages here, so there is a chance to rebuild, and blue is going to try and rebuild towards the middle of the map. Grey really should be leading the battle here. Doesn't seem to be. Mangonel's going to be taking these units out. Another Treb's going to take out the castle. I think they're just retargeting a bit too much. It's going to take a long time to get through these towers, so I think Grey's going to be okay for a little while, but blue, we should expect probably blue to resign soon. Yellow streaming in now. The numbers for green are starting to drop. They are light cav now, so their attack is significantly higher. Struggling to keep the numbers up though. Grey Tower should pick off a lot of units here with ballistics as well. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. And I think it's a purple army here that's going to be doing the damage. We got the Rams coming in. It's trying to just wipe blue off the map. Then it will move on to green. Yellow, though, still actually getting quite far into this base. We've got a couple of Trebs. They're lurking on the outside. And again, I can't help but think if SuperVillain was targeting with DUC all of its enemies, there's no way SuperVillain loses this. The pressure is just on at all the right spots. I love that Faith is coming in. Heresy for green. But we can see here it's struggling to keep those numbers up. A bit of a death ball of heavy cav archers as well. As these trickle in, these units will get picked off. And we're starting to see the military count going into Naga's favour. Wow. These are aggressive. Right over the top of the TC. So these are built with replacements, I think. But the Trebs are firing in. Again, these military here, they're just they're not targeting. Even if you just attacked now and put it on a timer, they would eventually go ahead and take these units on. Red going for Mangadai. I mean, that's ideal in this situation. I'm sure we'll see it. The fact that there's so many Trebs here and the castles are still standing is wild. 19 Trebs. But green is going into green. Green is under attack by purple. Purple's coming in here. Paladins are in the eco. We should see the stream of endless scouts finally stop. Villagers will be rushing to their homes. Cav archers will pick off any who flee. Meanwhile, yellow's a bit bored of attacking grey, so it's moving down towards cyan, taking out all of these Trebs. Blue has hidden a TC in the corner. It's also a good trade route going on here as well. That is particularly nice. I like that. Red now going for the Hussar spam. How do you like it? Treb attacking appropriately from an angle, from a distance. Only one Treb though. It's going to take some time. But the Siege Ram here and the Paladins. We've already seen a 50 vil drop from green. Many more are following, and we're down to 2 light cav for green. So one Naga was able to go down, but you will now feel the wrath of all of the others. The Hornet's Nest has been kicked. More Trebs being made here. The push will continue. The pressure will remain. And actually, these towers are so close together, Siege Ram should be able to destroy a few of these at once. With an area of effect. This is very much looking like GG now. Much more military here for Naga. Though actually resources is constantly having to spend them. It hasn't quite reached pop cap. The towers are going to take a long time to go down. But the focus is now on cyan. Loads of castles. I feel like I should ask before I click fast forward on this one. Elias, are you okay with me fast forwarding this one to see it conclude quicker? Seeing all as well, the bombard cannons are pouring in. We're getting more siege. These should go down quicker. No problem. Okay. We'll speed this up. Particularly before blue dies. You can see these units just running in and getting shot down by the towers. Ballistic's doing great work here. Blue has been found. One Vil. Where is he? Being chased to the corner of the map. Vil goes down. That TC should go down eventually. Again, really good survival instinct. Green building TCs on the outside of the map. We'll get chased down by yellow, but if the game was still going and the pockets were able to survive, then we would see green rebuild here. Really nice and safe. As we can see here, Paladins marching in. More siege rams. 9 of them, 4 trebs. Castle's getting crushed. Onagers also doing a great job against the towers. Yeah, whittling through that base. On the map it just looks like ants. And I'm thinking here, for Bright Spark, we can't let Naga get to this state. Gotta finish him off early. But amazing work here from the supervillain. Being able to pin down Naga for so long. Work on that targeting. And you'll be taking on Naga in teams games. Not many can say they can do that. And Grey finally being wiped off the map. 50 Mangadai contributing here. Fast siege. And the towers go down. Castle, wow, they just melt, don't they? No Tarkans. I was wondering if we'd get Tarkans from yellow. Sorry, from purple even. Yeah, we absolutely need to see the stats on this one. Supervillain just waiting for everything to be destroyed. Well, I think we call it there. GG. Well played, Naga. Yeah, big leap here initially for Supervillain. Amazing that 2 of them got Imp before all of Naga's. Might really manage to keep it at bay. Wild military spike here for this would have been a Corleone. And yeah, the age up really happened at the right times. Just the targeting here, that was the issue. 128 military. And then this gradually built 903 units trained by the Goths. Yeah, proper Goth spam at the end. Looking at the eco. Hey, Supervillain and the Portuguese didn't do too bad here actually. Same with the Sicilians. And you can see the steady growth of it over here. And Cyan here seeming to get 7 relics. Decent feudal age times, even against the Mongols that get are able to hunt quicker. 1 hour 8 minutes castle time. That's how you know it's Supervillain. Really strong castle age time here again. Extra food will help with that. But overall, really good containment. Just needs to get the killing blow in better. That was all. GG. Well played. So, let's pan back to our standings here. So, SuperVillain versus Naga. It is a 3-0 for Naga in the end. Naga also getting 4 points overall. But as DEAI has won both of its matches, whereas Naga's only won one, DEAI goes in first place. That means Naga goes up against Bright Spark here, and SuperVillain, it's been a blast. Unfortunately, is eliminated at the group stage. But keep it up. Amazing work. One match missing? I don't think so. I haven't filled in the civs yet. I'll do that after the stream. We've got the Conqueror versus Sun Tzu. Just before I do that, I do need to step away for just a quick minute. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So stay tuned. Okay, and we're back. So, next game is a Conqueror versus Sun Tzu. So let's have a look at the drafts for this set. Interesting set for this. We have Toby for the Conqueror and Arandi for Sun Tzu. In terms of bans, we had Toby banned Land Nomad, whereas Arandi banned Team Islands. Then we had a pick of Arena from Toby for the Conqueror, of which Arandi selected 3v3 for that one. Then Arandi selected Fortify Clearing again on this one. So second time we're going to see Fortify clearing this this set, and actually in the tournament so far, of which Toby selected a 1v1 for this one. Then the random roll was Arabia, and it was a 1v1 Arabia. Just a reminder for this set, the winner of this set is the one that will get second place in the second group. So this will be the AI that ends up facing, I believe it's Illuminati. Yes, it is. Both wanted maps with wars. Let's see what happens. They still have time for updates, Aleph, and who knows? Updates may not work out. So you've got to deal with monks, basically, the winner. So congratulations if you get that. But we'll see what happens. Let's switch to the game view. Andy wanted a map that wasn't played yet. Okay, so our first map is Arena. It's a 3v3. We'll see how these AIs do that. We've got the Conqueror over here. Followed by Sun Tzu. Cool, 6 players. That's all good. Let's have a look at our civ picks for these. So, starting with the Conqueror. Okay, Conqueror arena picks. We've got, first of all, the Turks, followed by the Chinese, followed by the Saracens. Then for Sun Tzu, we have the Franks, the Bohemians, and the Burgundians. Hi, Toby. Well timed. You're just about to see your first game. So they should be all set. So, I mean, Turks, couple of strategies they can do on arena, really strong arena civ. Chinese, if they mass their Chukanu, could be really scary. And Saracens, their archers can take down walls, but also decent siege as well. And also the market rules may be able to help them get to Castle Age much quicker. Whereas I feel like Sun Tzu's gone for very solid boomy AIs or late game AIs of civs. So, you know, Frank Paladins, also decent castles, Bohemian Gunpowder, and then Burgundians for cheaper Paladin and really decent eco. So it'll be interesting to see whether brute force versus booming wins. I believe everything is set up as it should be. All the teams are okay. Let's go. Good luck to both. Let's give you a capture age view. Again, taking a bit more time this time. But here we are. Conqueror. And that should catch up in a mo. There we go. Again, it's arena, so should be a fairly standard setup. Looks like 3 deer on this one. There shouldn't be any reason that any of these miss any resources. And no chickens. So we know that Sun Tzu will be able to push deer in. The Conqueror won't be able to. The Conqueror will also not hunt boar. But as seen in the set with Bright Spark, we'll still be able to have a pretty smooth economy despite not having those things. So really just optimizing with the tools that Toby had. But again, we can see here Sun Tzu fully scouting everything. No boar hunting yet, but he might just be deliberately delaying that. Maybe prioritizing the deer. But he's got plenty of time, so not too much to worry about just yet. Yeah, the boar is coming in. There we go. So I guess the questions I've got here are, is Sun Tzu going to take advantage of the early eco upgrades? Or is he going to rush to try and get Cavalier? Will Bohemians in yellow here rush to Castle Age and go Gunpowder and try some sort of hand cannoneer rush? And then also, over with blue, are we going to see a fast imp with the Turks? Ooh, okay. What is Sun Tzu going to do with these? Let's find out. With a Castle Age hand cannoneer rush with the Bohemians, does the timings of that work out like quite close to the Turkish hand cannoneer rush because the Turks get chemistry for free, or does it still end up being a couple of minutes quicker? I've done the Turkish hand cannoneer rush a few times, but I haven't deliberately done it with Bohemians yet. I think Bright Spark can do it. It has got a build for it, but it doesn't fire it very often. It is lacking bombard cannon fair, so if they castle, you don't really have too much of an answer for it. We've got a couple of looms. Now Chinese kind of makes sense. 1 minute of idle time for the Chinese there. It's relatively okay, not excessive. And Sun Tzu's 25 ills. Up a little quicker there with the food. I've all clicked up. None of them have loom yet, as far as I can see. Yeah, no loom yet. So if there was anything nasty like a tower rush or something, these villagers would be vulnerable, but unlikely on this map. "70 seconds without force dropping with Age of Conquerors rules. I don't know how much you can reduce it down by. I think with force dropping you should be able to. Weird, okay. So actually it's the pocket that's up first. I suppose it doesn't matter too much on arena. We might see these get milled. Or long distance hunted. It seems the hunters are on their way. Okay, so all of these are up. We should expect... Let's have a look at the resources here. Yeah, so these are all going fast castle. We should see blacksmith market. They're building the barracks as well. Interesting. the same time. We've got Blacksmith Market over here, and we should have Blacksmith Market. Yeah, we do. And the back's already being built. So we'll be able to see shortly what military buildings they are going to decide to go for. The Conquerors will go up shortly behind. Again, also looking like they're going for a fast castle. Will take a bit longer with Age of Conquerors commands. Building blacksmith, I think saving for blacksmith, isn't it? No, it is building it. Okay, so not quite enough wood for its buildings. Long distance milling here, so it looks like the deer got milled. Yeah, deer got milled. Long distance gathering berries. So very slow here for the Saracens. We've just got a blacksmith up here as well. We have got a market, so that will be going up shortly. But it is Sun Tzu that is in the lead with clicking up to castle. We've got stables, so we're probably seeing knights here. Are we going to see stables for all of these? Not for yellow yet. It does have the wood for a stable. It's not going for a castle, so it's not going Hussite wagon. So interesting to see what it's actually saving for. Maybe a siege workshop. Meanwhile, red. It's Frank, so I would expect to see... Again, I'd expect to see a stable. It is, it's just late. It's waiting to go to castle. Okay, we're going TCs. I was assuming straight into military, but that makes sense. So we're going for a boom over here. We do have knights being produced by the Burgundians. Not taking advantage of early eco upgrades, it seems. And it looks like actually Chinese is going for a castle, so Chukanu is going to be the way for them. It looks like Saracens are also on stone. Don't think they're prioritizing it over everything else, but they don't have buildings either. Monastery. I think Turks are perhaps going for a fast imp. It's Age of Conqueror, so it won't be fast, but they're gone of gold. So, villager lead gradually going into Sun Tzu's favour. Military lead in Sun Tzu's favour. We've got 2 that are on knights now. Conqueror safely behind his walls for now. And Assassins actually did manage to click up in relatively good time, so maybe a bit of market rules there. Load of market rules being fired here by the Conquerors. Castle does go up for green. I'd probably like it a bit more on the front. But again, it's just using standard build command. Should be able to take on that lion, that tiger, and the stable gets built. I think that villager was retasked. Yeah, you can see them being retasked here by some sort of DEC. Normally, if a villager gets attacked, they will walk all the way back to their home TC to do that. We have units running out. Tiger goes down. We have units going out on both sides. Oh, that is bad timing. That is bad timing for the Conqueror. He does go Imperial Age. Again, Age of Conquerors, a 23-minute Imperial Age time. Very decent. Very, very decent. We have both sides here attacking the pocket. They're going for the walls. So Randy doing some direct targeting here, it seems. Neither of these get bonus against walls, so they will take their time to do this. And 3 TCs behind all of this for them. So this is now a matter of time. The castle's at the back, so it isn't going to do much here. We do see the beginnings of Chukanu being produced. We've got a university as well, so maybe ballistics will be prioritised. Monks behind here will do a good job. I think they're going to prioritise going for the relics. Don't let them in. Okay, so the Chukanu is gradually going to chip away at them. And the walls are holding. Bodkin's coming in. The gate is open, technically, so if they do get close to they could be let in. But as a Chukanu mass. Oh, and they're in. Conversions from the monks. It's that Hussar traitor. Not quite close enough for the castle. A couple of conversions. Conversions might be enough. A bit more of a forward castle here from yellow. So Bohemians are here. They're going monks. That seems to be the strategy from there. Blue is a traitor. Meanwhile, the Turks are starting to produce hand cannoneer. They're also producing Hussar. They've got a bombard cannon. There he is, the traitor himself. Many pikes here from the Saracens, countering the knights. So saw the knights, countered them, and then decided pikes and monks was the way to go. Absolutely the right way to go. Got a bit of siege behind it as well. So this could be a decent attack from the Conqueror. Villager count very much in favour of Sun Tzu because yellow has been booming this entire time. So can the Conqueror turn this military advantage here and get some value from it? Are there any relics left? It doesn't look like it. Looks like they've all been taken. Devotion from purple. Nice touch. And I think hand cannon is moving out as well. Monk gets sniped. And we've seen this before. Conqueror converting things that it shouldn't do. We've got a load of monks in here. What might happen off the back of this? We've got a converted stable. Conversion sounds happening everywhere. And red has nothing. It seems to be taking into elite skirmisher. But yellow is booming behind all of this. So yellow could come and save the day. We are seeing hand cannoneers coming over here and actually not with that number of elite skirms. You've got a couple of Hussar as well to clear them up. Are they going to target the walls? You've got a bombard cannon. Bombard cannon's not doing that. Meanwhile, they attack over here. Long distance conversion of red buildings. Yellow's going imp. And actually, hand cannon is moving over here. Are they going to clear yellow's army before he reaches imp? That's a decent number of skirms. They might be able to hold this back. That Hussar is going to get quite a few kills before that, though. It does take a number of hits. And the mangonels are in. We do get a conversion of a mill. We are getting long distance conversion here of a siege workshop, it seems, or at least they're attempting to. The conversion doesn't happen yet. And they're spilling over into yellow's base. Purple bit getting cleared up over here by hand cannoneers. The production is steady, it's not overwhelming yet, so this can still be fought back. Castle here. Now in the last game when the king was able to convert a castle, he had to get really close to it. We've got red now doing the conversions. Military advantage slightly in Conqueror's favour. The yellow very much boomed. We've got DUC happening here with the skirms, very nice to see. We saw this work well against Bright Spark. Nice collection of skirms. And the score is now in Sun Tzu's favour. Green is also going imp now. Worth noting. All I can hear is conversion sounds. University has been converted. Castle is taking out a number of monks over here. The siege on the outskirts is very nice. Sniping some skirmishers from here. There's quite a few mangonels actually. But yellow is moving out. Sun Tzu caps his villagers at 120, so all of that food that would be spent on villagers is now being spent on military and upgrades. We're getting capped from already. And it's moving out. And it's green that's having to defend. It's got a few Chukanu, 6 of them. We've got a castle at the front. If castle avoidance doesn't kick in, then this may help. And actually the multiple projectiles here doing quite well against the skirms. But the skirm numbers keep coming in. It looks like Theocracy is in for green, so getting a decent number of conversions here and able to do so without having to restore faith on all of their monks. I must have retargeted actually because it was an imp, so it wouldn't have been able to do that. Block printing coming in though. Blue's coming back with more hand cannoneers, denying a castle here. Villager counts still in favour of Sun Tzu. We've got trade going on now. And these skirmishers are doing a great job here. They will go down to the mangonels though. We saw a similar effect here with Games Guard against Illuminati. There's a load of microing of the skirms to just go down to a big mangonel shot. The capped rams here going for the castle. The Conqueror trying to do a second layer of wall around their base, capturing the berries in there as well. This may slow Sun Tzu down. We've got a steady stream of the Saracens still coming in here, but red has built up now. And it's also using DUC to take out these monks and prioritise them. It also looks like the converted buildings on the inside of the base have been destroyed now. It's just a university that's left. Just got to keep an eye on those monks. Mamelukes being made for the Saracens. They may clear out a couple of these skirms. Meanwhile, there's a big steady flow of units coming in. Elite Chukanu. So the upgrades are coming in now. Bracer. Extra range here. And we're seeing a bit more of a mass of them now. They're coming from 3 castles. So there's a risk of a bit of a death ball happening here, and the knights are keeping the ranged units busy. They're soaking up a load of attacks. Toby's AI is always flat my AI with mangonels. It's a lot of mangonels. It's easily done. Military numbers still in favour of Sun Tzu. Most of them are skirms, however. So quality of the army is still in favour of the Conqueror, and we can see that now as the numbers are reversing. Conversions are happening, so that is springing the number one way. But also the Chukanu are massing and are able to now attack anything that that gets in its range and pick them off quite quickly without losing too many casualties. So the death ball is beginning here with the Chukanus. They're all staying together, it seems, which also helps. And again, the knight soaking up the shots will allow them to shoot behind it. Really nice. So it's down to the other Sun Tzus here to be doing damage while green is kept busy. I think red is doing a really good job here. Saracens seem to be struggling. Military numbers are quite low here. Whereas I think purple on this side is struggling a bit more. They do have Cavalier, but I wonder if they're trying to save for Paladin. And that's why not many of them are being produced. Yellow spreading out, trying to deal with another castle. Conqueror only builds with one villager, so actually a bit of disruption here should stop this castle going up. Bonk on the villager. Cancelled castle, there we go. But the Chukanu will not have much of that. Red is also villager cap. We're also going to see a villager from purple, and we should see the food skyrocket from purple and red. And we should see cavalry upgrades, I would imagine, come from both. Very scary cavalry coming from the Franks, if that is the case. But even so, with this massive Chukanu, and they keep coming, and we know that the Conqueror caps out at 100 vils. Although it looks like he's still producing them, actually. I thought it capped at 100. 102. And Chukanu will even take out Rams. The additional projectiles are discussing here. Welcome, Promi. Yes. I hope you put that Michi game on 4x speed. That was an experience. Any insight as to why Promi didn't cut through the wood until later? Was it the military difference? Eight archery range skirms. Military advantage for the Conqueror at the moment. Villager advantage still for Sun Tzu. So eco is pretty much safe. But this is getting pretty scary. The Chukanu. The forward castle from Cyan here is nice. It may even go up. That will hinder Sun Tzu some more. Red doing a great job on this side. You need to stop that castle going up though. Looks like he's trying to avoid the castle before it's built, perhaps? No, it isn't. It is attacking. Very nice. Chukanu production slowing down. Looks like gold is starting to become an issue. Oh, hello. Blue castle. Trade is coming in, so green's starting to switch into trade. Don't know how far out it's built. Wall's doing a great job, actually. And it is switching over here as well. Bit awkward here for Cyan. But we should see the Chukanu numbers go up again with that coming in. Also, PopCap is not helping here. You wanted the elite Chukanu mass on Michi. Ah. Yeah, Mass Chukanu, really hard to deal with. Mass Chukanu and Mass Scorpions, I find. Both probably go down to Mass Onagers, but it's just taking the time to assemble them. Green Conqueror here doing a load of the heavy lifting. The two sides really struggling. Sun Tzu, not pop-capped here. But again, there's a constant swarm of skirmishers. Seems to be keeping Janissary's hand cannoneers at bay. Another wall being built by blue to protect itself. Still no cavalry now for purple. I feel like Paladin would be a big help. Same for red. It looks like Skirm is the unit of choice, probably to try and counter the Chukanu. But the Chinese have excess resources. They can keep this going. Caravan also going to help here. And are they going to get into Sun Tzu's trade? Villagers going down. Villagers trying to expand here. We've actually got some villager drops from yellow. And actually, blue siege coming in now. It looks like they're all focusing yellow. Maybe they're attacking the winning player of the enemy team. Red finally reaching imp here as well. But the Chukanu are here, the Trebs are here. Chukanu are just doing a great job. I think Sun Tzu's best bet here is if the Chukanu gets split up. But actually we're even seeing Skirm's mass up here as well. Ram's attacking this castle. Ram's gone in here, so they must have gone around the wood line. Hoardings is a great shout from red. But it's a Skirms. I don't know if Skirms is the way to go here. I think you need something to tank it. Sun Tzu is getting the numbers. The score is still pretty close. Military numbers are equal now, though. Sun Tzu just spamming buildings over here. This massive skirmisher seems to be doing a good job. They looks like they're glitching out. They're targeting a few units. They're not prioritizing the Chukanu. I wonder if they're doing a similar thing. Do you cycle through all the player numbers, Randy, or do you just have a target player? I believe all AIs focus green. At the moment it looks like it's attacking Cyan and only Cyan. And that's just giving green a free pass. Number of Chukanus has reduced though. Trebs are close. I think yellow is able to push green back. Yellow mass a load of skirmishers. Weirdly enough, actually, I think the unit's not using DUC, so the spread of units here, I think, is helping. Yeah, and actually, we can start to see population dropping slightly here. Sun Tzu back to 120 vills on each side, and now consistently producing skirms. Scorpions and monks. Scorpions should do a decent job here against some of these skirms. It looks like the Trebs are dealing with production. We've got a bit of a traffic jam over here as well while everyone's trying to get through the gate, and the castle is down. So red in a spot of bother. Chemistry coming in for red. But Redsville's all intact so far. Meanwhile, he seems to be running into Chukanu and dying. In fact, they're just charging into the castle. They're dying to castle fire. This almost looks like an attack now or something that's happening. Wrong object data for attack calculations. I'm not sure what attack data 40 is, but There we go. Again, military numbers still equal. I feel like all the fighting is happening mostly on the outside of Sun Tzu's base. The trade here is going to hurt, although it looks like Sun Tzu is just prioritizing skirms anyway, so won't use that gold except for siege. And Sun Tzu needs to keep these bombards alive. Bombards and rams. The extra wall is a real pain for Sun Tzu. That's a nice addition there from Toby. Seeing these linked up is quite satisfying as well, I have to admit. Blue, barely any military units. Red, also barely any military units. So it looks like we might have a trade here of the left side of each. Very rude here of Cyan, but making use of those resources. Gradually building up pop. 21 Chukanu for green. Looks like green is switching into spears, skirms and hussar, so going into trash, detecting that maybe it's gradually going to start running out of gold. So we'll supplement them with Chukanu, but this is a slightly cheaper army. More castles to reinforce here. And how is Sun Tzu's push over here? Yeah, green switching into cheaper units. Looks like blue is losing villagers. 73. As opposed to the 100 it normally goes for. Nice micro here. He's gradually splitting them up. But the siege needs to come in here. These skirms need to be in here doing damage to the eco. So how are they going to force their way in? We're finally seeing Cavalier on the battlefield. Burgundian switching into that. Might be enough for Paladin soon. Meanwhile, over here, Cyan doing a great job pinning red down. Also keeping yellow busy. And we can see here military population very much in advantage of Conqueror, but villager counts in Sun Tzu's favour. And I think that's just now at this point choice of what's filling up their population. Despite red taking a load of damage here, its eco is safe. Only spears at the moment bothering it, so villagers can fight some of this off. I wonder if the trade will get hit. Some Chukanus here could be a real problem. We are seeing slight twitching here. Wow, attempted treb shot here from blue on the skirms. There's a chance that Till doesn't need to go imp. If it just keeps targeting the units here, I mean, it is massing up its units. If it reaches pop cap, it should then start massing up units. Green coming in here as well with more trebs, and the castle is particularly nice to secure the spot. But red seems to be migrating somewhere. They're migrating around the back. Wow, hello castles. Blue's in a lot of trouble. The units aren't able to get in yet still. This castle's so nearly dead though. This gate. Is there anywhere? Is there another entry point into this base at all? Doesn't look like there is. Loads of yellow villagers wandering in here. And we know with the Conqueror, no DUC, so actually should target any of these units. So all of these are potentially in danger. Scorpion's wandering around. They're going to shoot. No villager kills. Unbelievable. Green massing up Chukanu again. 33. Reaching Popcat. And Burgundians now going into Scout Cavalry. Needs a bit of gold to be able to get the Light Cav upgrade. So it looks like all of these are going into their late game compositions now. Mainly trash. And red is pushing back here. So many vills, keeping them all alive. No ballistics for either blue or particularly cyan here as well. Bit of a problem for cyan. That castle could do some more damage. We got a couple of cavalier for yellow. And we've stopped producing cavalier again for purple. Red storming through, finally getting some upgrades from yellow and purple. There seems to be a load of random attacks going on at the moment. I mean, these villagers, this gathering is horrible. Maybe a lumber camp got converted, but yellow is gathering wood all the way back to this lumber camp from this side of the map. So actually the vill count might be okay, but you can see here 79 on wood, but that wood is barely moving for Sun Tzu. So potential there for a problem. Again, actually a castle here or a tower here would work wonders. Nice castle placement here from Sun Tzu. We have Arbalest from yellow. We're still scout cav for these guys. How's purple's push going? They're attacking units, but I don't know. Again, with just a couple of cav, they're not diving into anything, so Conqueror's remaining relatively untouched here. 34 vills. So I think it's wandering vills that are getting killed. Again, there may be long distance gathering from something. Yeah, even here actually. I just saw a wood gatherer over here somewhere. Not sure. Where are purple's bombard cannons? They're taking on the barracks. Bombard cannons really with AIs kind of need to be microed, otherwise they'll just attack any units. It looks like they are being controlled with DEC, they're targeting gates. And annoyingly, whilst there was a gate that was here that has been destroyed, the Conqueror has patched that up. These bombards running into castle range could be a problem. Looks like they're prioritising the skirms, which is lucky. Bombard's prioritising the treb. Should be going for the castle. We've got a ram here. And again, yeah, they're just not prioritising the castle. They're just attacking the nearest units. How are these units getting in here? I mean, they will try and take the castle down. It's not quite going to do it. But the damage is being done. One more bombard shot. Castle goes down. Pressing is happening here. I feel like Cyan should have really done more damage to red. It's been so close. There's so many villagers streaming around. Still no ballistics. Would have taken out a number of these. trying to build the TC outside is the thing that's needed killing blue, yeah. Although, this time around it looks like it might go up. Depends if this skirmisher goes wandering or not, but I think that TC does go up. Bombar's now trying to attack units. Blue taking the... So blue is like on 16 vills, but it is training trebs and moving to the front over here. Green, pretty big army, a load of trebs. Again, they're just attacking the nearest buildings though. They're not prioritizing particular fortifications. We are getting light cav in here though. They'll do a good job of clearing these up if they stop retargeting. We see big army moving down here. Military advantage very much in favour of Conqueror now. We are getting wood over here. So it looks like whatever issue Sun Tzu had with its lumber camps is sorted out. Yeah, it's built some more lumber camps. This is much better for Sun Tzu, so this might allow him to rebuild. Trade. That is 60 trade carts. So that's what's happening with Sun Tzu there. Actually, loads of units on gold, but the gold's not going up. And it looks like actually Sun Tzu is now finally trying to make gold units when it doesn't have the gold. That is unfortunate. I mean, if some soldiers come down here, which it looks like they're doing, this may clear it up. Otherwise the lumberjacks might do it. Monk's going to just come in, also contribute to the blockage here. But yeah, that is huge. I was going to say, is it this treb is going untouched. It is just taking out buildings on purple side. Still got all of its fills, so no issue on that front. But again, yeah, gold is really a problem here. Will the lumberjacks actually clear this up? It's not looking so yet. And this is why AIs delete their walls, I think, in the late game. Cavaliers from yellow. Okay, Cavaliers are finally coming up. This is because of sold resources. So again, trade would really help here. But at the moment, it looks like the Bohemians are trying to go into one of their stronger units. And to counter this, Conqueror is going into Halberdier. Wild to think that this is longer than the Michi game between Naga and the SuperVillain. Seems to be at a consistent stalemate. But I think it's a trade that's done this here. I think with that trade working, Sun Tzu finally going into gold units. It should have the eco to be able to push this back. But at the moment, all I can hear is monks. A load of Cyan monks. And 3 Cavaliers is not going to do it. Again, we've got more long distance chopping. Where are they going? They're wandering somewhere. They're dying to the castle. So some really weird villager behaviour happening here. Yeah, blue's not training bills. It's got 19 trade, so that is keeping it going. Is a Treb still alive? What was a Treb about? Wow. No defense against this. It looks like the Cavaliers were charging forward, the Pink Cavaliers. So actually the base here is gradually getting taken out. It looks like they're going for TCs. So TCs are gradually being built back here. It looks like we've got a couple of idle vills as well. Trade is still stuck. Other trees have been prioritized. We have more Trebs. So again, actually, the 14 villager blue here, prioritizing making Trebs, it seems. Doing a decent job against purple's base. Has built more TCs. I did see it Trainerville. The Chinese player here could actually just donate some resources. I don't know if the Conqueror does trade with allies and donate, but tributing here would be really good. Actually, if it donated to Teal, it would be able to get it to him. Mangonel's finally coming over here. Mangonel here. Actually, would you even want to clear the pop space? Actually, maybe leave them stuck. That's what you want to do. But a load of these villagers are going down. We're dropping to 85 vills over here. Cavaliers coming in, monks converting. Long distance chopping here again for Sun Tzu. Not as bad as it was, but yeah, could do with refreshing those lumber camps a bit. Even then, if it is just selling wood to get gold, it should do that a bit more effectively. We still have Trebs in this base. Nothing's been done about it. Some villager defense might be good here, considering that Sun Tzu can use the UC. We've got 8 Trebs. We've got 13 Trebs for green. We're finally seeing units attack the trade. So this will get cleared up. And surely, with all these castles over here, I mean, we do have a lot of food. But Sun Tzu needs to do something. The DUC was okay, got real good value, but I think needed to switch into Cavalier sooner. I think that's what happened here. Trebs just attacking in random places. Thank you, attack now and group attack. Looks like the units are gathering over here. Still 15 bills. Blue's going to end up being pop cap, but it's not going to be because it's going to still be on 15 bills. It will just gradually keep doing that, I think. Units over here doing a great job. Trebs still just being left to do what they like. Sun Tzu trying to rebuild TCs. Manga now coming in for the trade. Like her coming in, we're dropping a few Chukanus over here for green, so they're prioritising trash still. But red is in trouble here. We can see units dropping, and actually all of them here now on 4 military. I think at this point, I'm quite comfortable speeding this up. I don't think Sun Tzu's DUC helps him out of this one. This is just the Conqueror now taking its time to take these buildings out. So I will speed it up. Only the range groups are DUC controlled. Considering we have very little range groups there, I think we're okay for this. Villager advantage now going into the Conqueror, trade finally being cleared up. Imp, there it is! 1 hour 46 minutes into the game. Imp has been clicked. Yellow's TC goes down. 39 bills. It's Purple's whose villagers are still okay. It's just letting those Chebs loose in the base. And more Chebs come for that final TC. They realise they've missed one. And there we go. Elite Mameluke block printing. We'll probably see Onager here soon as well. The castles take out and speeding it up further. We have the first resignation from Sun Tzu. And we got mass destruction from the Conqueror. Decent job. Trade issue for Sun Tzu there, I think. I was thinking, because Aleph was asking before about detecting blockages with trade, and I wonder if actually, because there is a resource of trade collected, it's the same number you get in the stats. I wonder if you can track the rate that your trade is being collected based on the number of trade carts you have. And if it drops below a certain amount, you assume that there's a blockage and you disperse your trade carts just for a few seconds and then restart it again. Something like that might work. But GG, 1,631 skirmishers and 768 skirmishers. Skirmisher heavy game. Unupgraded skirmishers for the Turks. But it is the Conqueror who takes the first game on this. What a slog. But close game. The Elite Chukanu did an amazing job keeping them together, got the mass, and because the other two sides were struggling. So Green really did a good job, but then just hoarded its resources. Could have done with sharing a bit. Would have helped in the team game. Conqueror's going to have higher military because it has less villagers expected there. And we can see here the spike of Chukanu, followed by the spike of monks and skirms. And then same with yellow here, a load of skirms for Sun Tzu. Decent trade, hey, not bad. Conqueror got in with the relics first, so went in for monks. 5 relics over here, only the one for Sun Tzu. That would have helped in the late game. And yeah, there's a trade being blocked. It had so many trade cards. That was just really unfortunate. Technology-wise, yeah, really decent Castle Age times here for Sun Tzu. Solid builds, and not bad as well for the Conqueror. Again, considering its age of Conquerors, 1730 and 18 minutes is really decent. This one, a bit more average for that type of AI. And yeah, Villager Max. No surprises there. Let's go on to game 2. It's a 1v1. And it's a 1v1 on Fortified Clearing. So, Sun Tzu needs to win this to stay in the game. Conqueror can afford to lose this and then win the next game. So pressure's on Sun Tzu here for this match. Really fighting for that final spot. Fortified Clearing, 2 players. We've got the Conqueror here in blue. That looks all okay. Let's look at our civs for this one. So we have for Sun Tzu, Fortified Clearing, we are going Magyars. Meanwhile, for the Conqueror, Toby has selected the Koreans. So maybe we'll see some towers, maybe we'll see war wagons. I'm expecting scouts from Sun Tzu, but potentially cav archers, decent cav archers as well. Let's see what he does. I think everything is set up correctly for that. So let's go. Switching over to capture age. Hey, we got our score back. It likes 1v1s apparently. So we should be set for the next 2. Let's put our Fog of War on and zoom out. Good luck both. Kind of hoping for a Sun Tzu win here so that the pressure is on both for the final game, but let's see. Conqueror got decent hunt around here, won't make use of the Rhinos, but may make use of the berries around the outside, we'll see. But ostriches here will help. So ostriches over chickens. This is good news for Sun Tzu, who will probably push in these ostriches. We'll make use of the hunt. Lumber camp a little far away here, I think. It's a little straggler tree here or something. Yeah, a little bit far. It's not the end of the world, just a little bit inefficient. And again, the berries haven't been scouted yet, actually. So it'll be interesting to see if that plays a part in what gets milled. Will he just build one in a random area? We'll see. 2 small town size. I see. So probably just needs a constant set for Fortified Clearing. We've also got the thing here of, will both of these AIs try and attack through the middle? Will they fast castle? Will any of them castle drop? Or will they go aggressive and go around the outside and try and make their way around the map? Yeah, interesting, Toby. Though they did have... surely they would have had default hunters gathered as well when the ball get close enough? Because you've got strategic numbers for that, or is that just not an Age of Kings thing? And what I thought, so mill gets built here because the berries weren't scouted in time. And now we've got long distance berry gathering as well. And this is all playing into the Conqueror's favour. This balances out things a little bit from the fact that Sun Tzu can hunt boar and push deer. Meanwhile, berries here have been milled, and these will probably get hunted later. It's not ideal, but Sun Tzu is slightly ahead. No loom for Sun Tzu yet, which is fine for the bow. But if the Conqueror attacks, that may come into play. I mean, I'm anticipating war wagons here. So similar strategy to what Conqueror did with the Chinese. Get to Castle Age, build a castle fairly quickly, produce your unique units. So will Sun Tzu have an answer for that? Will it counter that? Decent mining camp here. Despite all of that, by the way, what I've said about the berry gathering over here, the lumber camp, Res Collected is still in favour of Sun Tzu, so that hunt does make a big difference. I can probably speed this up a bit because I did pause earlier, so we might actually... No, we didn't. I didn't pause it long enough, apparently. I thought we'd whiz to feudal age there, but alas, no. I remember you working a lot on that lumber camp placement, Andy. Was it because it was sometimes building lumber camps within forests that were inaccessible? Was that the only reason to turn it off? Sun Tzu is going to feudal age. I'm just keeping an eye on the wood count here. This looks like it's a fast castle purely on the basis that no barracks is being built. So it looks like this is being saved up for a market and a blacksmith. Feudal age also clicked for the Conqueror. Looks like it's building something. Farms, perhaps. So it did just use its wood. Market, blacksmith, fast castle. Sun Tzu will be the first to get there, it looks like. Though this is not helping him at this point. We might see some market rules get used to speed this up. We've got a blacksmith over here, but no market. Not enough wood yet. He'll get there, I suppose, and that will give him time to save up the food. With farms, it's also hunting ostriches here, which will help. Sun Tzu very close to clicking castle. Also got a blacksmith up as well, so getting ready to place military buildings. And Sun Tzu going for knights. Interesting. So we should see a stable go up shortly. Gold being the main resource needed is pretty good. Also buying food. Interesting. Conqueror fairly close to going up. Castle Age it is. We should see it same here as well from the Conqueror, so this is going to be a close Castle Age time, 30 seconds in it. Pretty nice build from the Conqueror there to keep up with Sun Tzu. Do we have a stable yet? We do. Oh, weird. Okay. Light cav? Backyards don't even get elephants. I like that Gladiator includes that in his script. Okay, so we do start off with some Scout Cav, but we then switch into Knights. You know, just protect against any monks. Castle Age coming in here. Do we have any other military buildings? We don't. We also don't have stone for a castle. So... Oh, we do. We just spent it already. Very nice. Bodkin coming in. This is War Wagon. Monks as well will be very nice against any knights that come through. Resource collected. Very close. Slightly in the lead by the Conqueror. So again, just little things like this impacting that resource collected there. Also having to buy a lot of resources. So potentially distribution needs adjusting slightly as well. But they are going around the outside. They're not going through the wall. Very nice. And we've got villagers around here that might get sniped. The castle is nowhere near finished yet. And they walk right past. Patrol attack! Patrol attack! Long live attack now. They made it to the TC. There we go. They've got one armor upgrade. They probably need the second to be able to tank those TC shots. Yeah, they're going to go down relatively quickly here. But a couple of villagers do go down. A load of the villagers are idle. Oh, but the castle makes it. I thought that scout was going to go for it, but it is just a scout. More knights are going to keep wandering in. Bloodline now comes in, but the units are dead. Second stable. Already on 2 TCs over here. And the Conqueror is already going into war wagons. 3 monks as well, actually. Looks like Sun Tzu now finally has enough farms to gradually get production going, but because he's got the second TC, villagers are now getting prioritized over night production. We've also got a third TC, which will add to that even more. So we may see a bit of a stumble with military units here. Collecting relics will idle those monks as well. Oh yeah, because it's automatic behavior, so they will just go hunting for that by default. But more gold income for the Conqueror, so we'll be collecting those quite quickly. And meanwhile, the war wagons mass. Sun Tzu's going to take the lead in terms of village count. We'll keep that up, and it does have time for the upgrade. So actually, if another batch of knights get made, they will be able to sit under the TC. Meanwhile, a second castle's being built. Conqueror doesn't really have the eco yet to do 2 castle war wagons. But when he does, the castles will be ready. This will also protect the TC a little bit as well. Really nice placement actually in case of any raids. I think this castle, despite it being maybe a bit of an odd build for that many vills, actually does a lot to protect it against Sun Tzu. I don't think there's much those raids can do. Sun Tzu's going to have to wait till imp. Particularly if they're attack now. More relics being collected. Sun Tzu is going to grab some here. Where's your monastery? I'm being blind. There it is, right in front of me. No relics yet, so this will be the first relic for Sun Tzu. Meanwhile, 6 relics for the Conqueror. Nicely prioritised. More monks being made. And we're seeing here Bodkin coming in as well. No ballistics just yet. Probably doesn't need it straight away. Castle being built for Sun Tzu. May catch some units that try and go around if they go around this way. This seems to be the shortest route, so if armies are going to come and go, they'll probably go around this route. Conversion of a scout cav there, it seems. Knight coming in. There's an overchop over here, so actually knights can just come in. So actually they won't go around the outside anymore. They will come straight through the middle because of the overchop. Spears towards the war wagons. Will they retarget? They looks like they will. Knights coming in as well to help, so that will keep them busy. And if they keep stopping to shoot, some of these war wagons will go down. Conversion here. And another, but all of these monks are now spent there because they were all targeting the same unit. Nice conversion of a war wagon here by Sun Tzu. So his monks also getting some conversions in. Military numbers slightly in favour of the Conqueror, though Sun Tzu can produce. Got the knight upgrades, but then switching into skirm. I don't know if that's because of the pikemen or the monks or both, but now has to go through another set of upgrades to keep up. Meanwhile, we've got monks, pikes, some upgrades on them already, so yeah, looks like Conqueror has a bit of a tech lead at the moment. Ballistics come in as well, so those castles are going to be even more deadly if any attacks come in. Uh, 10 minutes idle TC on a single TC. I don't know if it is a single TC, it's on 3. And the attacks coming in here. Nice castle here. Covering the middle. Doesn't cover any resources, unfortunately. Be nice if it covered the gold. But again, this is just going to interrupt armies walking through. DUC coming in here for Sun Tzu. We'll take on a few of these pikes. Looks like they're getting some value. This castle needs to go up. I'm enjoying the little dance. War wagons will tank a load of shots. The scorpions here are going to be a potential problem, but I think this castle goes up. It's just these are being retasked. I don't know if you're using total task count on the castle. Brightspark does the same and also has a similar glitchy thing. I I wonder if that actually is the best way of doing it, or whether maybe having a group flag or something to say builders are building is a way to get a smoother build. But the castle will go up. And Sun Tzu stabilizes, I think. Castle's right in the way of the gate. Yes, the military will get picked off here, but TC is going to be doing damage against pikes. It does have a villager advantage still, and it is switching into crossbows now. Those scorpions will take longer to replace. And we're going back into war wagons again. A third TC here from the Conqueror. Scores very close. I think Conqueror very much still in the lead at the moment. But let's see what Sun Tzu does with these extra resources. Lumber Camp's in a good place. How's his other resources doing? Farming going okay. Gold. Mining camp here. Needs to be able to hold this position. It's right on the outskirts of this castle. That could be a problem. Units pushing though. So actually, 0 on gold. That is a problem here at the moment. Seven relics helping here. I would say with Sun Tzu, Avandi's worked on a load of, I guess, almost components of Sun Tzu. We've seen a really quick and effective Goth militia men-at-arms rush. We've seen some ranged micro. We've seen arena builds come from it as well. We've got a nomad build coming through it. I feel like there's a point where there will come a time where Avandi just combines all of these things together. And has an AI that does these strategies and alternates between them. So it's always interesting seeing what Sun Tzu comes up with. I never quite know what to prepare against it. But in this case, yeah, a couple of things to work on still, but good to see the DUC working. And I think here the castle placement actually worked out really well. If he's a little bit further forward, I think Sun Tzu's stuck. But is there any other gold it can go for? It could have gone for gold here. I don't know if that's been scouted. Yeah, it has. And props here to Toby. I think, again, with the Conqueror, being able to just create a consistent force to cause damage. Sun Tzu needs to move on from that mining camp. You said it was DUC placed. I think default placement would eventually try and find an alternative if it detects enemies nearby. So maybe having default placement as a backup would help with that. Fortified wall. Conqueror trying to lock in its lead there. It's a real mix of units here as well. Skirms, Cav, Scorpions. Villager lead now very much in the case of the Conqueror. Military lead also in the case of the Conqueror. And actually there's a hole here as well. So we might see units walk in. And these are able to just fall back to the castle. I don't think that's intentional here because the Conqueror shouldn't be able to do that. But it's working out really well for the Conqueror. That's just what the units are trying to do. I didn't say it was a smart DUC. It was a DUC though. Yeah, so something in to look for alternatives, which is really hard to do. Like, in terms of just layering up your searches. It's actually what causes the lag with Bright Spark, is trying to find placement for things. Didn't the Conqueror take a game from Illuminati in the IMAP Cup on Arabia? I don't know if it was Conqueror or the King. I feel like one of them did. There were some towers being converted. I remember that. Imperial Age for the Conqueror. Sun Tzu's still producing villagers behind all of this. Loads of idle TC time, yes. No one on gold. Okay, the mining camp. They're still going for this mining camp. But mass producing scouts here, and actually it looks like Conqueror is switching units again. So if Sun Tzu can get this gold back, maybe. Scouts is a good answer to a lot of this, actually. There's not many pikes. It just needs a bigger number of them. Villager numbers looking equal again. Conqueror's reaching its max. So again, all of Conqueror's food now is going towards military. Sitting under the TC, that will lose some. The thing is, Sun Tzu isn't on stone either. If it was on stone and built a castle around here somewhere, maybe even down here, I think he stabilizes. I think it's just the gatherer percentages are not in his favour there, because he technically could take that stone. Why are these idle? Surely they're on aggressive stance. Shouldn't they be doing something? That's a game bug, okay. Yeah, I'm not aware of that one. That's not one I see myself. Elite War Wagon. We've got Capped Ram, 2-man saw coming in, so all of the eco upgrades to boost those 100 vills. Sun Tzu's still producing light cav, but is losing them under the castle. Spears will get a couple of hits in that. Looks like they are prioritising the War Wagon, and the War Wagon goes down. Conversion here. And Sun Tzu gradually taking the villager lead and is on stone. So actually, again, hiding them away. But if he is collecting stone, could potentially grab that spot. Still in Castle Age, hasn't got trebs, so we'll need to defend against the trebs that are incoming. War Wagon's fighting it out. Couple of good conversions here for Sun Tzu. More monks being produced. Looks like Sun Tzu is selling a load of resources now, so has put, correctly I guess, diverted all of its villagers on other resources. Finally goes up to Imp. We've got battering rams as well. Switching into skirms. I think you need the light cav as well. town size a little too big over here. These might chop through. Again, causing another way for the base to be entered. Ram's going for the castle and for the Treb. We've only got 2 Trebs on the map for Conqueror. 1 left now. So units moving forward. Not quite realising how cramped this is. It looks like another set of walls are being built. I thought this was actually back in Conqueror's base. If this castle goes down, then Sun Tzu stabilises, right? Could sell some food. Could get a Treb. A single Treb, if it's left unattacked, could take that castle down and give him some breathing space. And with 114 vills, it's not over yet. 6 archery range skirmishers. More vills being produced as well. They're being produced quicker than they're dying. Crop rotation is your priority here, right? I mean, I guess 26 farms maybe, but yeah. And actually, the war wagons are massing. We've got Trebs over here as well now, so the TC is going to go down. We don't have a trebuchet coming through here. We don't have gold being produced. We've got trash being made. And actually, I think it's Imp here that's going to kill Sun Tzu. It's given the king the breathing room he needs to be able to take down the TC and march all of its units into Sun Tzu's base. Fed could have been at Naga. Yeah, absolutely. Naga prioritizing the economy there. If I ignore it, it will go away. And they do chop through here at least, so it looks like the units are trickling through. So the wood line here is going to be impacted, and we're down to 86 fills. 41 elite war wagons. Full armor. Full archery range upgrades. Chemistry in. And Conqueror's going to take it. I thought with a Treb there was a chance. But crop rotation being the nail in the coffin. And at this point I'll speed it up. GG. 2-0 to the Conqueror. The Conqueror makes it through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Toby. Unfortunately, that does mean Sun Tzu won't be making it through to the next round, but let's see if Sun Tzu can get one more win to at least level the score and close it in. Let's look at our statistics here. I mean, the castle actually did great work for the Conqueror. It just stopped Sun Tzu from being able to expand. I think that was the main win there. Got Sun Tzu off gold. And I think in both games, actually, it was the gold starvation that allowed Conqueror to take the win. Great that he was able to use the market to go up in the end. But yeah, just priority of upgrades. Aleph going in blind against the Conqueror. Be interesting to see what drafts you end up doing for this one. Decent age up times again. But yeah, I think Sun Tzu could have had a bit more of an advantage with the start. Just unlucky with missing those berries. Slightly further out placed lumber camp. Just little things like that adding up. to allow Conqueror to catch up. And yes, great to see fortified clearing being used. Let's play this last game. Let's finish this off. Our final game here between the Conqueror and Sun Tzu is Arabia 1v1. Let's leave. Okay, and our picks here were, for the Conqueror, we have the Celts. And for Sun Tzu, we have the Dravidians. I think everything's set up. Let's go. And no settings need to be changed. Excellent. Two buildings by Sun Tzu, automatically scouted the berries. Missing a sheep here, missing a couple here, but the scouts will go around. Do we have a chicken Arabia or a deer Arabia? It looks like it's deer. Not many deer, it seems. Interesting. Like 2 pairs of deer? Where's your other pair of deer? Oh, there's a group over here as well, so middle deer. So not many deer to push at all. The gazelles have more food. Yeah, a bit of an odd Arabia, it seems to me, but there it is. We're seeing Sun Tzu already push deer. We've got sheep that haven't been scouted. We have sheep that haven't been scouted here, so prioritizing the deer push may be a little too soon, but maybe the sheep will find them. Ball being pushed in as well. Houses being built. And again, straight for the berries. Some sheep being missed so far, but more being ferried in. Ball will be ignored. So Dravidians get a wood boost when they age up, so that could help with any feudal pressure in immediately being able to get a building down. Potentially, it could be used as well to help with a fast castle. We've been able to have more on food, and then knowing that you're going to get the wood for your first building to be able to age up. Meanwhile, Celts will get an extra bonus to their wood gathering. So I guess a similar thing, but it'll just happen more gradually over time. With the Celts, I'm not sure what we're going to see from the Conqueror. Potentially infantry, potentially archers, maybe, with the wood bonus. I'm normally used to seeing the Morrigan play as the Celts, with men-at-arms and then supported by scorpions and the occasional cav archers with DUC. Bit of an interesting mix. I don't think we'll see that combination here. Bit of idle TC sign from both. Looks like Sun Tzu has researched Loom, Conqueror has not. Looks like scouting broke. It's looping. I wonder if when it gets to the edge of the map it freezes. No, it's bouncing back. Is it going to find these sheep? It's close. Is it going to go? It's going to go over here, isn't it? Yeah, it just misses the sheep. It's like one tile away. You still have sheep here. You're going feudal age, so that will help. 19 pop for this one, so very aggressive. We've already got a barracks up as well. Nothing on gold, so it doesn't look like men-at-arms. Meanwhile, Conqueror looks like he's going for some sort of fast castle. We've got archers coming from the Dravidians. Archers or skirms. They do have faster firing skirms. And actually, with people gathering wood rather than gold, actually it probably is skirms. Maybe the Conqueror will share. I don't know, with a name like a Conqueror, I don't expect he will. He'll take them for himself. And we've got skirms on the way. Conqueror is looking like he is speeding towards Castle Age of some sort. So again, 29 bills, looking to save up. Not many on food. Missed sheep as well. So actually, disaster for Conqueror too. Not hunting boar, not finding deer yet, or at least not being able to push it. There's a lot more pressure on the Conqueror to be able to find those initial starting sheep. Loads on wood, not building farms, it seems. So maybe it's just going to try and build a load of production buildings really quickly. Sun Tzu has skirms. We've seen a build like this against Brightspark. Was able to amass skirms very quickly. And with the DUC, you need equal or more numbers to be able to take those on. Militia. These will also work on skirms if you get close enough. Wandering around to the blacksmith. It looks like the skirms, maybe they're prioritizing getting close enough to the base before attacking. Not quite sure. Forward tower from the Conqueror. Okay, so Conqueror is going aggressive on this. I think the Conqueror did start building farms, so once he hit Castle Age, he did do that. Does this go undisturbed? I mean, they're just about to finish the berries, so... I think the tower goes up. It doesn't do much at this stage, but once fletching comes in, maybe, it blocks reinforcements or distracts them. Men-at-arms for the Conqueror. Yeah, and actually with these being spread out, men-at-arms should do a good job against this. They'll tank quite a few shots. The tower does go up and another tower is coming up as well. Bit of a surround happening. Any more units being filtered through yet? Doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, men-at-arms doing a solid job against skirms here. Sun Tzu switching into archers. Nice switch. Scout doing circles to see what Conqueror is making. Yeah, something weird's going on here. At least with unit priority. If it's default targeting there, they tend to prefer skirms over any other units. It's really weird. Another tower here, this one being built a little further back as a defense. And I think we've seen with Illuminati actually, a couple of towers, 2 or 3, can do the job to secure you Castle Age. You have to really brute force it with an AI like SuperVillain to be able to prevent that Castle Age boom from taking place. Yeah, and these are being quite distracting. And the men-at-arms will dive in. And first the units will go down, and now it's into the eco. TC should take this down because I don't think they'll retreat. So once these get hit, there we go. These will wander around, they'll get shot down. Villagers should survive, but a little bit of idle time. Meanwhile, towers are still going to get targeted by ranged units. Sun Tzu looking really nicely to be saving food up to get to Castle Age. So that's a nice thing about having archers here. Meanwhile, Conqueror is going for another tower surrounding here. And actually, scale barding armor. Switching into scouts. Should do a decent job of clearing up some of these skirms. But TC will also do that. And actually, will eventually take down these towers as well. Forging might help with that too. But they're getting distracted by units. And actually, as the units keep trickling in, more towers get built as more distractions. We are seeing the scouts mass, so it does mean no Castle Age for Sun Tzu. We're staying in feudal, but it might be now the Conqueror that is steadily able to build there. Fletching will also make these a bit more deadly. And did you want more towers with your tower? Because that's what you're getting. Conqueror's already switching into spears. And those towers are not going to go down in time. Double bit axe, there it is. So at this stage, the Conqueror's not going to do enough damage to kill Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu actually has enough for a castle here if he's able to get to Castle Age. But he will slow Sun Tzu down. So there's got to be a point where Sun Tzu decides, right, I need to go Castle Age. And if so, with a castle built, maybe able to protect himself against Conqueror. Are we going to see more towers? Yeah, we are. They're really nicely spread out, actually. They're covering a good area. Any units that decide to move out here. We're stopping this gold over here. Already not got the sheep over there. Yeah, actually, any units moving forward, they're going to get targeted by towers. Wheelbarrow coming in for the Conqueror. It looks like at least Sun Tzu isn't overproducing. So it is still saving up resources. Oh, the tower here. This gets bad. Because when we start using up these resources, once again Sun Tzu may get starved of resources. Does Sun Tzu have a market? He does. Selling stone. And buying food to castle, I think, would be the way to go here. Rush castle up, get a siege workshop down, start dealing with those towers. Or even rush them down with your vills. I feel like maybe there's too many towers actually to rush down. Castle Age for Conqueror. Amazing just how these little sprinkle of units just doing enough to keep Sun Tzu in feudal age. The villagers do rush this one. This one seems to be close enough. And that shouldn't take too long to go down. That should go down fairly quickly. Good. Sun Tzu needed that. We are going to see spears going for the scouts. TC doing a good job of taking those out. Conqueror keeping up with vill production as well. And again, much higher numbers in military, though not particularly strong military. So Castle Age could change that. Fletching finally coming in for Sun Tzu. Switching into archers now, so detecting the men at arms, I think. Building a second archery range. This could help Sun Tzu get to Castle Age quicker if he's going into archers. Arm upgrade and long swords, very nice for the Conqueror. Can soak up a few more shots within TC fire, and actually we might see more villagers go down now. These units moving quicker as well, so being able to get to the villagers quicker to get those first hits in is particularly nice. We're trying to take down a tower with archers. With enough time passing they may do it, but we might find that once this stone is used up, these villagers get retasked to another resource. This might help hit Castle Age quicker. Hopefully they don't go for another stone source. $83 left on that one. Conqueror is going for knights now. No armor upgrades for knights yet. Bodkin arrow. Making those towers slightly more deadlier. More on gold as well. So yeah, Sun Tzu has been consistently producing vills on this and not been losing them. Lumber camp. We're going to chop down that cactus and that straggler. Another lumber camp. This one is a little bit closer at least. Hopefully he doesn't spam lumber camps. I think as well default placement is going to have a problem here because all of these are covered by towers. Most of them aren't seen as safe, and we are going to see lumber camp spam. Castle Age has been queued though. And as soon as Castle Age is hit, we've got enough for several castles. 3 castles. Will Sun Tzu survive long enough to be able to place them? We've got a couple of knights streaming in. We've got a ram on the way. We have skirms, which are going to be taking out these archers. TC needs to be doing a good job here to take these units out and save these villagers. We have more on stone. Got a couple of Sun Tzu units just wandering around here, by the way. A couple of scouts. Don't know why they're going in Conqueror's base. Elite skirm coming in as well. They're going to tank more shots, so there's going to be more idle time here for Sun Tzu. We are losing vills. And these skirms are going to tank more shots once they get upgraded. Long swords will go down. Castle, TC. Too many of them have been placed at once, so the villagers are being torn between them. So I think what's happening here, Randy, is if you're using the task count to castles, the villagers get tasked onto one. Suddenly that castle has the task count that it needs, and then they immediately retask to the other because that one needs more tasks on, and it alternates between the two. I think that's what's happening there. One villager versus 5. I think the one villager is going to make it. This could be disastrous because Sun Tzu might try and force this castle up. Hopefully the castle targets the castle and not the villagers. And it's nice going for the villagers. We have more villagers going on the way. The castle by default is prioritising the villagers over the castle. Castle nearly goes up. We got another one over here. We got, again, TCs as well. So yeah, all of these villagers being retasked here. And Sun Tzu surrenders. So, villager builder DEC. Couple of things to work on with that. Maybe group flags with the villagers is probably what I'd go for. Maybe dedicate a flag for each castle or each building, so it locks the villagers in rather than task type count. It's a change I need to make myself. Real shame to see that there, but congratulations to the Conqueror again. Seeing forward towers actually do a really good job from the Age of Conquerors. Just build forward, doing a really decent job and just trickling in enough units to be a bother and hold Sun Tzu from Castle Age long enough that he was able to outproduce. Bam. Congratulations. And so that concludes this set. Let's pan back to our scoreboard. So 3 wins for the Conqueror on that one. This means that the Conqueror will be facing Illuminati. And unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Sun Tzu. Congratulations on that one, Toby. Congratulations, Sun Tzu, on the win against Brightspark as well. I think that Rivers game really showed the potential for that Skirm Micro. Outskirming Brightspark there on probably one of its strongest Skirm Civs. And again, just enough on Navy as well to distract. So real potential there. I think just a couple of things with the DUC placement and villagers will get Sun Tzu supercharged. So good luck in your preparation for the Prince of Nomad. It'll be interesting to see what this setup does. I think Illuminati goes in as a favourite for this for sure. Illuminati being dominant, I think, in that entire group. But Toby is a good player of Age of Empires, and also knows his AI very well, and I think he's quite strategic in his map and civ picks. So might be able to create some conditions here to trip Illuminati up. We'll see how it goes. This will also be a best of 5 as well for the quarterfinals. So the only set we've got remaining is the King and Soldier to finish off Group D, and then we'll look at what those quarterfinals look like, what the drafts look like, and we'll give everybody a week break to work on their AIs, and we'll pick up again with a new batch of updates for AIs, hopefully for the better, and no bugs introduced. And off the back of that, we'll get diving into that final elimination set going forward. See how it goes. You're going to try and think as separate players for the King and the Soldier. Yes, I'll message you after the set for that one as well. Thank you. But thank you for tuning in. That set was, that stream was a lot longer than I was expecting it to be. But we have done it. One set remains. So one more stream for the group stage. Thank you for joining me, and see you again. The next stream will be on Thursday. So taking a day off tomorrow, Thursday evening, 7 o'clock GMT, will be the stream for the final group. Thanks.